Well, good morning. We're here at the toss. This is day 4 at UE. And of course, at the toss, CCC versus the academy. We have Teddy Bishop, the captain of the academy team. Also, Shamar Brooks, who is, the captain of the CCC. Shamar Brooks, of course, former West Indies player. And we have Carl, our match referee. He's dressed this morning like a university professor. And I think, Shamar, you have the coin? Heads is the call. Steals, if Shama can just join us here. Shama, you want the toss? What you going to do?
Yeah, we're going to definitely bat first. Looking at it, it looks a good wicket. Doesn't look as though there's much moisture in it. And the last game we played against Ghana here on the same pitch, it looked a good pitch to bat on. So we'll make the most of it up front early.
I know batting first here is an advantage, though. Hoping that with this sun, it dries out more towards the afternoon. Probably the spinners can get a little more grip. But in that Ghana game, and even in the game after that, it held up well.
Yeah. I think the groundsmen actually know the surfaces very well. They told us from the start, once they come closer to the scoreboard, as many pitches get better. And so far, we've seen that.
Any changes?
Yeah, we do have 3 changes to our team today. The vice captain comes back in, Johan Jarma. He comes back in from injury. Sima. Campbell.
It'll come to you.
And Sima Campbell, he'll be making his debut today. And also Mr. Amari Goodridge, Gavaya, and Puran miss out today. Also Drakes comes in as well.
Well, all the best.
Thank you so much.
If Teddy can join us. Teddy, you lost the toss, but hopefully for you, that's the only thing you lose today.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, if we had won the toss, we would have also liked to bat. The wickets look pretty dry. Yeah.
And your form, you really seem to be coming on nicely, 60 odd in the last.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty comfortable just for the other batters to put their hands up and hopefully come good as a group.
Any changes?
Yeah, just 2 changes. Renico Smith comes in for McKenny Clark and Rambaran comes in for Justin Jagasa.
Well, all the best today.
Thank you.
Well, that's it from the toss, and the news is that the CCC, they have won the toss, and they'll be batting first. Well, the news from the toss, as I say, good morning to all our viewers across the world. As you could have seen there just now, the news from the toss is that combined campuses and colleges, they have won the toss and they will be taking first strike against the West Indies Academy. Let me say immediately good morning to Mr. Sharma. Good morning, Sharma. How are you?
I am doing well this morning, Mr. Mamchan. Good morning to you and to everyone out there. Here to witness the encounter between CCC and West Indies Academy, 2 of the youth development teams within this regional setup in the West Indies.
And of course, CCC, this is something of their of a home ground for them, so to speak, because this is the university ground. And they would have a lot of knowledge about it, having played so many games here so far. This is day 4 on this ground, and a very unique situation where the batsmen actually, they've reached out there before the fielding team, but that's okay. They're probably very keen to get the business on the way. And a good toss to win, you think?
Certainly would be a good toss to win here. Getting the most of the early conditions here, CCC wanting to make use of the pitch here. Of course, we see it tend to dry up throughout the day. Does offer a lot of turn even up front. Would have to start off carefully, but the batting from the CCC so far in the tournament has been quite steady.
So it's going to be Blades to take up the attack the last game. And Blades played here against Jamaica. Got a wicket with his second ball. from this end. A spectacular sighting with the stumps cartwheeling out of the ground. You'll be hoping for a similar type performance. He's going to come up against Johan Jeremiah, first up. Kieran Powell, of course, the senior man, is at the non-striker's end.
Blades has had a good tournament so far already. 7 wickets for him. And in that last game that he would have played here, he bowled quite a good spell.
So here's Blades with the first delivery. It's right up. Zoning into the stumps again there. Dylan.
Yes, pitching it up there, looking for whatever movement would be available here. Early start 9 a.m. so would get the most of those early conditions to move it around. So good to see him pitching the ball up. Still very young on the circuit. Saw him play recently against South Africa for our warm-up match when they toured Trinidad and the rest of West Indies. Well, just Trinidad and Guyana.
Speaking about touring, the Bangladeshis will come a-calling soon to join England in the Caribbean. This is a full toss. A full pitch delivery, clipped away. It's feeling the ball onto the bat. That's so important as an opener early in the innings.
Always brings a great sense of comfort as a batsman to feel the ball on bat, but also have to make that decision up front as well. Not try to overfeel for the ball or get caught fishing.
This is another very hot day yesterday. It was hovering around 34 degrees Celsius. Driving, it's edging, and dropped, or has he taken
It
it?
has been given from the umpire.
Well, we'll have to have a look at that again.
Early breakthrough here
Yes,
again.
she's sending him. Let's have a look. There it was, driving. 1, 2.
Oh,
He's dropped
no.
it. He's dropped it. Blade sees the funny side of it. Not many fast bowlers would have seen the funny side of that. We'll have to take a look at that again.
Well, it does happen on such a quick rate, even for the fielder to tell what's going on, but does beg the question about whether he knew or not.
1, 2. Just couldn't get it that third time.
Just covered over it to hide whatever might have been showing on his poker face.
Good delivery. Can't fault Blades here. He has started well, hasn't he?
Has been going quite well so far. Left arm angle as well.
Yeah, driving away from his body. He should have taken that. Should have gobbled that. Like the roti and baigan you gobbled this morning.
Such a great breakfast is that.
It's been a good over so far from Blades. So Andrew Rambaran coming in for the academy team. Rambaran, of course, Youth Player of the Year, that's him. The Youth Player of the Year in Trinidad and Tobago over the last 2 years. Been the best of the under 19 players, I think, over the last 3-4 years. So, and he gets his opportunity. Let's see what he'll make of it. Clipped away, and that'll go into the fence for 4. Badly lined there by Blades. He spoils a very good over up until then. At the end of 1, it's 4 without loss. Over pitch delivery. Clipped away nicely.
It's a bit of a relief shot there for the batsman. Leaving a bit of that pressure. 5 dot balls in a row. A great start there from Blades and just loosening the brakes a bit on that last delivery.
It's going to be Johan Lane to take up the attack from the southern end. He's had a good series so far, Johan Lane. It started off very hot. I think you normally delve into weather predictions. And you were telling me early on that there should be some rain today.
Judging by the forecast and satellite images that I looked at between last night and this morning, there is predicted to be some. And even when I was walking out just to meet you all for the toss, one of the groundsmen was talking to me about the chance of rain as well. So certainly that local knowledge also proliferating itself.
Well, you would have made yourself a resident here for a couple of years at the university, and I think you would have you would know the weather pattern up here more than most. That's four. Overpitched, and he did not get too excited there, Jeremiah. Look at that. He allowed it to come on to him. Look at that. Just waiting on it. And it was passed backwards square into the boundary, Motara for four.
Is such a classy batsman as Jeremiah. Had a great season last year, and also this year is now continuing to try to push on and develop himself even more. Great execution of that shot there.
Again. Oh! Just on the half volley. Clipping it a bit uppishly, just on the half volley.
Athletic effort from the fielder there, Akimo Geist. Always want to keep that pressure on, especially when you have those fielders close up in the power play. So easy to score those boundaries. You want to keep those singles to a minimum, and of course from a batting perspective, you want to work on reducing those dot balls and getting as much of those singles and boundaries as you can, so you can get those bonus points.
So nothing alarming just yet, but for that drop catch in terms of the bowling team. Lane looking to bowl well within himself here. So he's driving again, bomb ball. Spectators catch. Were there spectators here, you would have heard a tremendous roar.
Watching it happen in real time myself, I almost roared as well. Went straight to that fielder over there.
Lane round the wicket. And that is what you get. When you come around the wicket there, he's unsure whether to leave, whether to play. And he ended up playing it very late, but initially he was looking to leave it. And it's the end of over number 2, 9 without loss. By Candice Laborde, just hustling the players along. A no nonsense umpire, Candice Laborde from Trinidad and Tobago.
Very experienced umpire around this regional circuit, especially around Trinidad cricket as well.
Very tough. I've heard stories from players that she is no nonsense. Plate. Shock on the pan going down the leg side. And the
Definitely
board was quickly onto that.
continuing to pitch it up and looking for that wicket. But angle not doing too much favors there for Blades. Definitely going down.
Pushing it into the batsman with the angle. He's coming round the wicket. Umpire Laborde is asking for the side screen to be moved. Bit to the left. Hard work here for the grounds men at UE, but they've done a fantastic job. Oh. Was that a free hit? That came out of the ordinary. Lapse in concentration.
A lot of life there from both the pitch and from the batsman. Extra bounce and just exciting Powell a bit. Here Powell also experienced guy around, playing for the CCC this year.
Oh, that's 4. It's just a matter for the fielder to run around and pick the ball up. Again, a similar type shot he played in the first over against Blades.
Just clipping that away with ease. Angle working in its favor and just allowing the piece of the ball to get guided off of his bat.
Powell, too experienced not to take advantage of that.
Powell out of the island of Nevis.
I know that's your favorite area, St. Kitts and Nevis. You spent 6 weeks there, did you?
Certainly spent a lot of time with Carlisle Powell as well.
Yes, his dad, commentator. Cricket administrator as well. I'll say good morning to the guys down there. Oh, just looking to drive that down the ground. I've noticed some impatience in his play in this series so far. He's a senior man. He has been chosen for this team so that he can basically mentor while he plays, lend that experience, and he has to understand his role here, Powell.
Just trying there to drive it down the ground, hardly succeeded at driving it down the pitch.
I say good morning to Earl Smitten, another of our guys down there and out in St. Kitts. And then there is Gary Pemberton, flatter faster. What about Victor Eddy? Here's Blades. Driving nicely. Teddy Bishop does a good job.
Victor Eddy, of course, the first class player as well, would have played quite a bit for the Combined Islands back in the day.
Would you believe he was Rastafarian back then?
Certainly do believe it.
Now there's not a strand of hair on his head at the moment. Back then he was Rastafarian.
Well, sometimes that's not always in your control.
You know, we were having that discussion, I believe this morning. Mr. Prasad, our producer, was telling us that what he has noticed is that cricketers who wear helmets for long periods, and even youngsters and anyone, middle-aged guys who wears hats a lot, they tend to lose their turf.
Well, I must admit, maybe I do feel that in real time, because I don't quite particularly like wearing a hat.
Well, I see that you have one in front of you and you're making that statement.
It's mostly just for the sun.
And I was there when you got this hat. This was purchased for you from Ollie's out in Atlanta there by Mr. Gerard Basso.
Well, this would have been purchased next to Ollie's and Gabe. One of my marathon walks.
When you walk for 8 hours. Ooh, that one comes back in and cuts him like a knife going through melted butter.
Well, that had everyone on the field up in excitement. What a way to be greeted at the start of an over.
Yeah. Came back in very late as Darrell Williams this morning.
A lot of lateness about that. Ball came in late and he played at it quite late.
Late. Down to third man. Not in total control. So Andrew Rambaran in the squad today. Let's see how he goes. Number of people would be showing up to support the young man from just over the highway where this game is being played. They'll be coming from the Bamboo number 2. This is where he does a lot of his work. There's a guy across at Bamboo number 2 by the name of Vishwanath Sinath Soto. He actually built a net inside of his property as this is whipped away down through mid-wicket, and Rambaran comes into play there. Speak of the devil. And so Sinath built this practice strip at the back of his business place, and a number of cricketers normally go there to ply their trade, not to ply their trade, but to fine-tune their skills. And Rambaran is one of them. His dad, Andy Rambaran, will normally be there with him, and Andy. Oh, this is a full toss. Down to third man for 4. Let's look at Candice Laborde. Well, that should have been a no ball in my estimation.
Was quite full. Did quite touch and go there.
So the ground staff seem to be in support of the UE team. They're really supporting the UE team, which is like the local team here.
Well, that is their home team, so would want to will them on. Played both of their games here so far for the season.
Oh, spectacular take there from Tuckett. In fact, that was not Tuckett. But it was a spectacular take. Look at that. Yes, it is Tuckett. What am I saying?
Is Tuckett.
Yeah. Brilliant there by young Tuckett. He has a smile on his face. Of course, the son of Carl Tuckett, who would have played for the West Indies in white ball cricket. He's now an umpire. A very solid one at that. Nothing control. He'll get a single. Brings over number 4 to an end. At the end of it, it's 23 without loss. So Blades is going to continue from the northern end, northern or UE spec end.
Speak about Kieran Powell. Back in the 2017 Super 50 season, he would have scored 3 centuries, just like we would have seen Justin Greaves do this season.
Yeah, definitely no shortage of talent where Kieran Powell is concerned. You want to see him be a little more consistent, though.
Hasn't quite replicated that consistency since that season.
You know, he's one of those players who has the obvious ability, but you want to see him realize that potential. Having potential is one thing, but you have to realize it. And
I think one of the difficult things for him is making that step up to the international level. Of course, early on in his career when he made that step up was quite successful, but
yeah,
later
it
on
looked as
just
if he belonged there.
fell away a bit. Also experimented with some baseball at some point throughout his career when he took a break from cricket. He's back on strike now.
I'm sure the people of Nevis who are up early this morning taking in this game, they'll be sending positive vibrations his way. Little Smitten, probably up drinking his mushroom coffee and enjoying this game. He's probably just back from feeding the rabbits.
Certainly be live from St. Paul.
Halfway Tree. I say good morning to all the people from Halfway Tree. One of the students here at the university just making her way to the class. Or is that the professor? Blades.
Steady start so far from these openers here. CCC. Jeremiah, of course, having that scare early on. Lane and Blades have started off quite well as well.
Short but quick.
Wanted a run, but really wasn't any run there.
I was given a story about Rambarand, and it's just opposite, just over the road on the highway here, where he does a lot of hard work, a lot of training with his dad, Andy Rambarand, and of course Vishwanath Sinath. You have some the players of the caliber of Sunil Narain, Terence Hines, Chid Cooley. These are Yannick Karaya, Akil Hussein. These are the guys who normally gather at Sinasa Auto to use the nets to fine tune their skills. So Rembrandt would be around these guys. He would have learned a lot from them. Of course, his dad bowls pace at a very rapid speed, so that will help him as well. Andy.
Some great associations there with the auto company. A lot of pace, a lot of speed for his vehicles. All of those players must be good drivers.
Yeah. I want to also say very good morning to his Rambrand's manager, Cheryl, who will be locked in, hoping to see him perform well today. So just a welcome cooling wind coming across now. Oh, down the ground. He taps him like a naughty schoolboy into the boundary for 4.
Just took a heavy step down and dispatched that down the ground for 4.
Look at that. We spoke of the talent of this man.
Really no fielder had a chance there. He paced that gap so well.
Yeah, not even the 12th man.
I think at this point the 12th man would be those tractor men working at the side screen. Always getting involved.
You feel it for those guys. They pull that side screen left and right for the entire day. I think last night they might have dreamt the side screen.
I think they need to get some umbrellas provided to them.
Power gets in the act here. Showing some finesse, and that's 4 more.
Well, that's exactly where he wanted to play that ball, because it was that gap between keeper and that fielder there at that fine leg region. And he just turned around and allowed that ball to continue on with the pace. He's looking to just accelerate things a bit more.
But that's 4 more. Bad delivery there by Lane. And he just kept his calm and dabbed it. He's asking again if that was a no ball. We'll have a look here and see.
Well, he's just looking to get every single angle on the ground here.
Didn't see much from that shot, but from what I saw, probably the board was right on this occasion. But in the last over, I thought that was a no ball. Driving imperiously through the offside for 4.
That's 4 by 4 so far in this over from Powell to Lane. He's really looking to accelerate now. Now, first shot was pretty much straight down the ground at a sort of long off region. Second shot right to the opposite side of that, behind him. Next shot just past third man, and now cut shot, full range, 360 degrees from Kieran Powell.
Showing his wares. Oh, driving beautifully. He poses for the camera and realizes that there are none around. That's 4.
That's 5 now, and each continuing to dispatch in a different area.
Look at
And
that.
This one of the most aesthetically pleasing of them.
It's a beautiful shot. It's a shot you bring a girlfriend to see.
Oh. It's extra special from the left-hander as well.
He's a special player. When he's in this sort of mood, I tell you, the academy, they have to sit and just admire a good craftsman at work. Down the ground. He was looking to go again. He wanted 6 fours in this over. And he gets 4.
Well, with 4 overs to go, they seem to be very close to having that batting point in the bag.
Yes.
Just a sensible batting until then, and so far Powell, with all of his experience, has looked to be the aggressor in this partnership, which has done them well.
I think all eyes should be on Carlisle Powell. Shots like that will make you jump off the ferry that is leaving Nevis to go to St. Kitts. And we know Carlisle loves that ferry.
Oh, loves that ferry. Every day makes his way on with Gary. Lean already in his 3 overs, 3 runs, and leads now here to try to restore a bit of authority for the academy.
There's good old Rambo in your screen there. Andrew Rambaran.
Jeremiah just has to bide his time here. Hasn't quite been able to find those gaps as easily as Powell has, but is a quite patient batsman, so would be willing himself on to find a bit more rhythm.
What Powell needs to understand is that the current crop of West Indian selectors, they are rewarding performances in domestic cricket. So once he can get runs here, he could well find himself back in maroon. Blades. Umpire aboard. Signals wide. That was very wide.
Clearing way too wide from Blades.
That was so wide, I think it would have gathered the attention of the airport control staff. Because,
Overweight baggage.
yeah, which is so close. The airport is very close here. Driving over the top, and it bounces away into the boundary for 4. So boundaries coming in a hurry. The 50's up of 39 deliveries, Powell 29 and Jeremiah 20. Look at that. O'Keefe
Just looking to
tried his best, but he knew.
give himself some room and just clear that infield. Not able to find that gap, so looking to go up and over.
That one rushed on.
Just trying to get himself out of the way of that delivery. Certainly did rush one from Blades. Picking up some good pace here.
We've seen 10 fours this morning.
Powell now is back on strike.
And it's Blades. Hard work, this.
It's a plane. It's now approaching the airport as well.
That was quick. Horrell hurried into the shot. Yes. That seems to be the flight that leaves early from New York that comes into Trinidad. I remember once doing commentary at USPEC in a regional 4-day game. It was radio commentary then, with Colin Croft, who was, the former West Indies fast bowler. He's a pilot, and he sat from this distance and he called out the model of the plane, the make of the plane, and he actually said from this distance he could have signaled to you how many people were sitting in the plane, how many were on the right side and how many were on the left.
Just taking a look at that last delivery there, just beating him. Great delivery to end off that over.
Holding his line. End of 7:51. So there's I like how Adrian Barrett earlier in the week put it. With a new bonus points system put in place by Miles Bascom and company, there's always a little mini battle within the battle. So it keeps your interest going. So the academy will need to prevent CCC from getting 9 runs.
Does add that extra bit of context to regional cricket. Similar to how the World Test Championship has added more context towards test matches.
Slashed away for 4. Angling that one across him, and he was able to take up the challenge. It was in his zone, so to speak, and taking his hands through the shot there, Bilju.
repeat of shot from the previous over.
.55 without loss. Sammy's going. That's a big hit. That's into the cafeteria here at the University of the West Indies.
That took an eternity to land. That went up and completely outside of the fence that surrounds this field.
Yeah, you can see it there. Look at it. Wow, it's a big shot. It's a good thing that the plane passed early on.
So that's a bonus point there for CCC. Getting to that mark with 2 and a bit overs to spare.
Not even Darren Williams could have timed his late arrival as good as that. You know he's going to wear that for the entire day. You know that.
Well, only one way to get around that.
Beautiful morning here at St. Augustine. If you've ever been to St. Augustine, it's a beautiful area. It's not as, I'll be fair, it's not as beautiful as St. Augustine in Florida, which is the oldest town in the United States. Did you know that, Beljo?
Did not know that, and now I would like to know what year that town would have been established.
Definitely before you were born. There's also, recently I visited there, there's also the oldest house in the United States situated there. It's called Old House. How original.
I think that's an apt name. No way to get confused.
So it's going to be Renico Smith to continue. I'll tell you something, that 6 that was struck by Jerry Meyer went so high, he could have pulled the clouds down and bring the rain.
Might have opened up a cloud. Have another look at it. It's all the way up. St. Augustine in Florida would have been founded on September 8th, 1565.
And that was as high as Andrew Chan. Important passage of play here. Bishop is going to come into the attack. They are the students. caught on camera there by our cameraman, Matthew Rajaram. Rajaram lives very close to the Mount Hope Medical Facility, specifically the dentistry area.
Joshua Bishop now into the attackers. No
Got 3
doubt.
wickets there.
No
Got 3
doubt
wickets
the
in the last game.
spin is going to be a major part of the rest of this innings now.
Bishop has done well. Did well for the academy as well in the 4-day tournament. Good line.
Starting off round the wicket here to the left-hander.
In her distinctive style there. Laborde signals 2 deliveries to go in the over. All of a sudden, Bishop has put a break in the scoring.
Just 1 run in that over. Joshua Bishop.
33 to Jeremiah. Powell 28. Up next will be Akeem Jordan. So there's a nice, cool, easterly wind coming through now. That'll be welcomed by the players. Bleeds from the far end. Oh, beauty. A beauty. He followed that.
Change of ends for Bleeds now and seem to find his area right away.
Blades would love to get a wicket here, and he would love to slice through the top order. Yep, again. None for 18 hasn't really reflected just how good Blades has bowled this morning. Blades has been sharp this morning. And there was a catch in his very first over that was put down at slip.
Not too sharp from that fielder. Leon want to take that catch. Set the tone of the game. Of course, giving that chance in favor of the CCC allowed them to have the momentum.
In the air. Oh, a beauty. A brilliant catch taken down there by Mutara.
Well, just as I talk about that other drop catch now, in the field here, Mutara has taken a spectacular catch.
That one was into the pitch. He's just trying to help it down to third man. And the catch taken. In the air. Oh, taking it as inches from the ground. Look at this. In the pitch, he was underneath it. Otara came across and took it just above a blade of grass on the ground there.
Has been quite good in the field so far. Mutara have been observing him so far during this game, as he has been stationed quite close to where we are located.
I want to thank our sponsor CG United for believing in West Indies cricket and for sponsoring the Super 50 tournament. You're seeing the results of it, the benefits of having this tournament, because the West Indies team playing against England recently has held their own in the 50 over series, winning the first match. They went under in the second match, and they're looking to rebound.
So Shakir Paris now got opportunity to play the CPL this year. An experience I would have no doubt been quite enriching to him. Bleeds, just as we were talking about before he got that wicket, his figures hadn't quite reflected until that point. Well, reward has come for him, and he's continuing to put that pressure on the new batsman now.
Shakir Paris pushing out at that one. Not really getting close to it, just pushing the bat, and he has to be careful.
One more ball for Harris to survive in this over. If it's a dot, it would be a wicket maiden for Blades.
Or in the air, but to the left of umpire board. It's running away, and they'll go for the boundary now for 4.
Nervous way to get off the mark. Wouldn't have been too pleased with that shot, but 4 runs and now his account is open, so would still bring a sense of comfort to him.
Yep. End of 10. I want to thank Dylan for being with us for the first 10 or so, and next up will be Daryl Williams. Welcome back as the action continues here at respect to the Power League goes on to 30. Let me say a very good morning to Dial Williams. Good morning, Dial.
Good morning, Mr. Mancham, and all viewers across the region and internationally. We're here for a keenly Contested. This one is a chance.
Yeah, it's in the air. He's in problem here, Powell. And he's dropped it. Oh my. Bolden. Naughty.
That's a totally, Mr. Mancham. You would have fancied yourself to gobble that up.
I would have taken that with my eyes blindfolded and my hands tied behind my back. Look at that. It went high in the air. He had enough time to go and have a change of clothes before coming back to take it. What happened there, Williams?
I think there's a bit of overconfidence there. That ball had a lot of air time, settled nicely under it, and just in and out, spilling the beans, as they say.
Yep. In and out like your salary going into your bank account every month. Powell has to learn from that. He got dismissed at mid-on in the previous game, looking to go down the ground. His head was in the air. He lost shape. Here was a situation where he was looking to sweep. He got a top edge. He's down the ground now. That's better. Driving.
Powell has looked good this morning, you know. He has a touch of class of him. He has 3 test centuries under his name.
Yep. He has more class than the university.
Indeed, indeed.
Powell will be looking to make them pay, so to speak, for that drop catch.
I think the cover drive he played earlier was short of class indeed.
Yeah, definitely. End of the over. At the end of 11, it's 70 for 1.
Shaquille Paris, very talented young man from the recently concluded CPL, has shown he has the temperament to be around the big boys, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. And this is why this exercise is taking place. Having the young boys out there, the academy, thrown into this tournament. They're going to take a short break just for refreshment because it's extremely hot out there. We will take a short break ourselves. Good start here, Daryl, by the CCC.
Indeed, I see Johan Jeremiah coming into the team for his first game in this series, replacing the likes of the locally grown Kamil Puran, who has had an indifferent couple of games, not getting amongst the runs. So this will do well for CCC, trying to get a win in that column. News coming to hand, and you see condolences going on to former Barbadian cricketer Mr. Kenroy Williams, who passed away early this morning in Barbados.
Very sad indeed.
Some minor adjustments being made here. The fine leg is coming into the circle. So it's cricket, lovely cricket here. It's blue skies and gentle breeze. It's a lush green outfield, Mr. Mancham.
And the outfield has been well manicured. Staff here at the university, they work really, really hard. It's going to be Smith. Driving. Back to him. Nice high elbows there. Shown by Powell.
He's definitely come to the party and shown intent, Kieran Powell. He's looking to get along with things. Barring the bonus points, he's looking to score freely indeed. That being said, Renico Smith will have other ideas. He's had a very good regional youth tournament that has led him to be part and parcel of this team.
It's allowing that one to come on to him. Gets a single, gets at the other end.
Important passage of play this middle overs to not get carried away and rotate the strike to ensure that they pose a formidable total.
There's another 747 going in. Is that the 747 there, Daryl?
I think we'll definitely need Mr. Croft to distinguish how many passengers on board.
I know the pilot is on board. We hope.
Some other cricket news. We saw a nail biter in the Australia versus Pakistan game this morning in the first ODI. Australia coming out on top there.
What about India?
Oh boy.
Ever thought you'd have seen that?
Just guiding this one down to the third man region. Will be fielded by Lane. They go through for a comfortable single. Do you think that it managed to have some discrepancies in the camp, in the camp?
It will be. There will be problems. As I don't know how big it would be, but when a team is winning and all of a sudden you get trash like that, you can't have a happy dressing room. New coach, Gautam Gambhir, is there. We all know that he wears his sleeves close to his skin.
Right misfield there.
So we know that there will be some talk. Gambhir might be leading in that manner. 1 for 22. Blades is the only wicket taker this morning here after 5 overs. Lane has done well. Sorry, Lane, he went around the park for 33. Smith as well.
So we're yet to see the leg spinner in Morata to come into the attack. I think he will have a big part to play if this West Indies Academy are to restrict them under 200 per se. Highly fancied young man indeed.
Yeah, Mutara, the leg spinner, has done well. 1 for 41 of 10 in his last effort here. Powell looking very determined there now. And that is dangerous. Oh, it's back slashing through the outside.
Not making any contact there. Joshua Bishop has been around for quite some time as well. He had a good stint with the Barbados franchise.
Good backing up. Ogis was right in position there. You can see in the background cars go speeding along the highway. The arm ball this time. So Bishop has kept things very quiet at this end. The fast bowlers haven't, I think Baron Blades hasn't really made a great impression this morning.
We see the crop of new left-hand orthodox in the region. Joshua Bishop, see Ashmead Ned, Gary Pear, quite a few left-hand orthodox going around. This one is
Whoa.
beating them outside the line of the off stump.
Getting some purchase there.
So that brings the end of the 13th over.
Let's have a look at this again. Beautiful. Did get some bounce as well.
74 for 1. Paris on 5 and Kieran Powell on 34.
Anthony Hollis Gray in your light blue there. Scout. For Cricket West Indies. He's also a commentator in the series as well.
All of 22 test wickets under his name.
Tony Gray. 3 for 39 on debut against Pakistan, including got the wickets of Javed Miandad, Imran Khan, and Wazim Raja. Down the track and tapping this away down through a deep mid wicket. Rambaran is there. That's 2 more to Powell.
So see his clear indication he's not afraid to get down the pitch to the quicker men, ensuring that he let them know that he's here up for the challenge this morning. So Teddy Bishop has a lot of options. He has Rambaran as well. He has Morata, who we have not seen into the attack as well. So I think he should be ringing some changes to get that much needed breakthrough.
Effort ball, and then he toppled him there. Smith has some pace. There's Anthony Gray. He's having a word with the former West Indies left arm seamer Pedro Collins. And Naushad Mohammed, one of the liaison officers here at the Trinidad Tobago Cricket Board. Naushad having a lot to say. Anthony Gray probably asking him where he can get a chicken roti around here.
Not very far, Mr. Mancham. It's a stone throw away if we can get one.
Smith. Oh, Powell it's hitting down the ground. I think and it's into the boundary for 4. Timing was impeccable. I even thought that Smith might have gotten his foot to that. Let's have a look here, Darrell.
Gloriously played.
Probably his hands just touching it.
Umpire have to take evasive action there to get it out of the way of that one. That one was hit ferociously back past the bowler, running into the fence.
And had the umpire not taken evasive action, you would have had an invasive procedure.
He moves into the 40s now, Kieran Powell. So he's just pushing it out to the backward point region. So Nico Smith will have to learn and learn quickly here. He's overcompensating and going a bit too full and paying the ultimate price.
Smith It's all a learning process for him. He's bowling to a very experienced Kieran Powell. Advances down the track and then plays a nice defensive shot.
Stuck in two minds there. A bit of change of pace there from Smith, running his hands over that one. What do you think will be a competitive total here?
On this track, I think you need upwards of 275. The track tends to hold up well like that at the oval. So after 14, it's 80 for 1. Some of the spectators taking in the action.
So it's going to be Bishop to continue from spec end. I'd like to see Teddy Bishop implement a slip a little bit wider for the left unorthodox of Teddy Bishop. Relatively new batsman in Shakil Paris. Started on this wicket, maybe a tad bit difficult, so they would look to try to pick up a wicket early here.
This is again well bowled. Played as well. You're a man from the east, Williams. How's been the weather in that part of Trinidad recently?
It's been up and down as in everything. Sun is driving nicely out to the longer. Starts off really sunny in the morning. Mid-afternoon, you see some showers. And then we go back to brilliant sunshine in the afternoon.
Yeah, that has been the pattern here at the university as well.
It's beautifully played there. Bit of innovation there shown.
Well, he's perfected that shot, Powell.
So you fancy that shot, Mr. Mancham? Or you think it's too high risk?
I think it's high risk. But these guys these days, they have perfected it. They continue to practice playing it. And you tend to think it's as safe as playing the conventional sweep.
Bishop, a change in line. He's giving the ball a bit more air. Asking Powell to come at him.
Bishop has finished his 4 overs done for 12. At the end of 15, it's 87 for 1.
What will do this academy team well is 3 of their members are from this successful St. Lucia Kings outfit that just won the recently concluded CPL, so they will have that mindset of winning mentality, and whatever instructions and wisdom that Mr. Darren Sammy has passed on to them, so it will do well for them coming into this setup. It's going to be Smith to continue. So he's driving and driving nicely, but straight to the middle of fieldsman.
Paris has been off strike a bit.
Or you fancied that 150 from Justin Greaves yesterday,
Oh,
Mr. Mancham?
classical. Here's one way of playing. Gets his runs pretty quickly without bashing the ball and trashing the ball all over the place. There's a method to his batting. And I think that the young man is showing, out of all the batsmen in this tournament, that he has probably the most ability to rotate the strike to prevent
Being
a
bogged down.
huge number of dot balls, which has been a problem for West Indies. There goes another plane entering Piaco International. Elizabeth, that one popped. That one was naughty. The pitch behaving in that over there. That delivery.
Bit of indifferent bongs there. That one just getting big on Paris. Fortunately for him, Carl Tuckett is short man in stature. Falling safely. So on the track again is Paul, unable to make contact coming off the glove there. Down to the fine leg region for a single.
Sun is back out here in all its glory. Some clouds building up to the east.
This one's staying a bit low there, so you see two sides of the coin there. One getting big on Paris a bit earlier, and now just one just staying a bit lower. Dealt with it well in the end.
Single to end the over. And then of 16, it's 90 for 1.
CCC now 90 for 1 after 16 overs. We see building off in the distance. I say good morning to Daryl Williams.
Good morning, Mr. Sharman. Welcome back to the commentary booth.
It's Joshua Bishop to continue.
So he's cutting away nicely behind point. He's going to run close to the fence. Picks up a much needed boundary.
Shakir Paris just continuing to motor along here. Well executed shot, just waiting for that ball to come to him and being it late. That CPL experience would have done him world of good.
A bit too wide on that occasion was Bishop, but with on offer, and he obliged. I think Bishop has been throwing up the ball a bit too much, a bit looking for flight. Eventually benefiting from a single here. This one played on to the onside.
Better on that occasion. Brings Kieran Powell back on strike.
So he's 45 from some 38 deliveries. approaching a milestone here.
They definitely want to make some big runs. Haven't quite been able to push on and score those runs that you would have wanted to quite yet in the season. Still relatively early. Of course, apart from that first game, CCC haven't had a completed batting innings.
So Bishop, this one is short and just pushed into the offside. An acrobatic attempt there by Akimugis. Unable to stop the single. They go through for one. Akimugis has been earmarked to be one of the best young fieldsmen in the region. Saw him in the CPL as well. He didn't play as much games as we anticipated. See a good rotation process there from Darren Sammy and the St. Lucia Kings, who eventually being successful.
Certainly, of course, with the CPL, we don't see quite as many young players. Of course, they have those emerging player rules just to get those players in for a specified amount of games. But in this tournament, when we have CCC and Academy, we do have a wider pool of young players to look at. 97 for 1 now. Good thing so far in this partnership has been that they haven't allowed any other quick wickets to fall. Powell and Paris joining each other and looking to continue the good work that Powell had started off earlier with Jeremiah. Joshua Bishop continues to be economical. Never really is an issue when it comes to Joshua Bishop. No wickets as yet for him.
I think at this point in time, I would have loved to see Teddy Bishop make something happen instead of being a bit reactive. Oh, this one is a quick one there by Renico Smith.
It looked like Renico Smith was reacting to you there, just trying to make something happen. Just found a lively area of the pitch and got that ball to rise on Paris.
So I think he's been a bit proactive instead of being reactive. Should try to get something done. He has a lot of bowling options up his sleeve, as mentioned before, in an attempt to break this partnership, and a couple of quick wickets will put the CCC team on the back foot. Swans again. Shortish delivery, outside the line of the off stump. Paris uninterested, just letting the hand go. So the feel at this point in time, it's a third man, a fine leg, point, cover on the boundary, extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket for Renico Smith to Paris.
Now a point in the game where isn't too much movement for the seamers, so looks like if Smith is going to try to bowl a bit shorter.
Just cut away behind the point region. Is going to run close to the fence. Lane is unable to get around. So Paris benefits from another boundary. This one, too much width on offer there. And he obliged, throwing his hands at this one.
Well, it was the perfect ball to play that shot too. Width as well as that shortness of length allowed him to just free his arms and hit that one away into that gap.
It's a bit of a mix-up there. Both batsmen almost colliding mid-pitch. All ends well for them. Benefits with a single.
Finer aspect as far as cricketing goes, but is important to look on your running between the wickets as well. Important so you don't get involved in any sort of unexpected or unwanted collisions, and also look to maximize the speed between the wickets. Such an important part of the game is running.
We have grown used and accustomed to batsmen more applicably running their own runs rather than their partners. You find that often. So this one is up in the air, chance. And Kieran Powell goes a soft dismissal in the end. Trying to get on top of that one. A slow delivery there by Smith. And a much needed breakthrough indeed there, Mr. Sharma.
Well, that's a breakthrough that the academy would certainly be quite pleased about, but Kieran Powell would not be too pleased approaching his 50, and of course wouldn't want to slow down on approaching that 50, but really would want to select his shots a bit better than that.
So a bit of a commentator's curse there. Asking for something to happen, and quickly after that, maybe I should ask for some lotto numbers here, Mr. Sharma.
Well, not too sure what the lotto is at right now. Kieran Powell now has to go. It's a good start from him, some good impetus into the innings, and big part of CCC at least being able to gain that batting point up front. 102 for 2. Drakes joins Paris now. Drake's a new batsman, but Paris has looked good so far.
So it's going to be the right-handed Jonathan Drakes to replace Kieran Powell. Be the first time we have seen two right-handers at the crease. We've grown used and accustomed to seeing the left-right combination in some teams' batting lineup.
Plus that left-right partnership between Powell and Paris would have been extra difficult to bowl towards as well from the academy, so now have things a bit easier as far as angles and working out the field. Two right-handers now at the crease.
So that brings the end of the 18th over. The score is now 102 for 2.
This here being Jonathan Drake's first match in for CCC this season. Coming into the squad.
So it's going to be a bowling change from
Going to be Zishan Mutara, I think. Looks to be. Yes, it is Mutara, the leg spin, which opportune time to get into the attack. New batsman.
It's going to be the leg spin of the Bajan sensation. Young man highly fancied. Really made his name. So he's running past the outside edge.
What a way to greet the batsman. Mutara, first ball, no loosener. Right on that spot where he wants to be.
So it's a bit short and cut away nicely. He's going to run into the fence.
Too short, bit of a drag down, and 4 for Paris. Oh, he's going to get that with leg spinner. At times that unpredictability does work in your advantage as a bowler.
Paris plays so late. He looks like he has so much time. Effortless at times. Where he goes about his batting. Shakil Paris. So it's tossed up nicely again.
Good feeling off of his own bowling. He's only picked up 1 wicket so far in this tournament. 1 for 41 just in the last game that he played. Cutting away again is Paris. And fielding out there in the deep, uploaded by Mutara. Have another look at it.
So some 6 runs already coming off this over. 2 legal deliveries left. So there's a good line delivery.
Better, pitching it up a bit more. Started off a bit too short, allowing the batsman to just guide the ball, play it late. How does he finish the over? Well, just one more. Paris will keep the strike. After 19, it's 109 for 2. Going to be a double change at the southern end now. It's going to be Andrew Rambaran into the attack.
So a bit of variation now from the academy team. Teddy Bishop ringing the changes now. It's going to be the left hand orthodox of Andrew Rambaran coming into the team.
And for his first game today. A bit of a surprise factor for the batsman as well.
Driving nicely out to the longer fieldsman. Goes through for a comfortable single. See no slip implemented here by Bishop for the bowling of Rambaran. So the field is a short third man. Fine leg. Backward point. Cover on the boundary. Mid off. Mid on. Short wicket this one. He's driving nicely.
Pitching the ball up quite nicely so far is Rambaran. Hasn't bowled for any short deliveries as yet, as we saw in that last over. Paris just takes a bit of a breather. A bit uppish on that occasion, but just a dot.
So it's cricket, lovely cricket here, live at the UE Spec ground in St. Augustine. If you manage to be in the area, can definitely come by.
And it's making it difficult to score off of his bowling so far as Rambaran. It's been a good start. Just kept it tight. Not really looked to tune the ball too much as yet.
That culminates to 20th over. It's now 112 for 2.
Run rate trending so far in good direction. After 10 overs, we're just about 66, 67 for 1. One more wicket in that second phase. But run rate continuing to stay firmly in place, currently 5.6. Tara will continue from this northern end.
So it's an important passage of play, these middle overs, ensuring that they lay a good foundation for
Better start from Mutara.
not seeing him use the googly much in his previous spells. So he's driving and driving nicely as Paris.
Jonathan Drake still early into his innings. And just playing forward again and easily turning the strike over. I see one of the academy support staff just making his way around the boundary line. Driven back to the bowler. Just forward and defending is Paris. Some good deliveries. Just showing his respect too. Cutting that away. Fielder just dives down. Fielder in the deep cuts it off. It's end of the 21st over now. 115 for 2.
So Paris has looked pretty well for his 32 thus far.
There's a bit of a pause as the sight screen at the southern end is adjusted. As you were seeing just before sight screen movement.
Looks relatively comfortable as Paris. Going about his business in his natural workmanlike way of things.
Again, just looking to rotate the strike and haven't been given those boundary balls, so good batting in this middle phase. Fielders are a bit more spread and they're looking for those singles wherever they can.
Sweeping and sweeping nicely behind backward square. This one will run close to the fence. Eventually gets over the line.
It's 4 runs for Jonathan Drakes. First boundary for him. And he'd certainly be feeling better about that. Wasn't really too much turn on that delivery. Allowed him to get down and guide it down to the boundary for 4. How does Rambaran respond? Drives that rotating strike again, so good batsmanship continues.
I think he will feel much more relieved getting his first boundary there, young Drakes. Look to pick up the momentum. Just getting back and playing this one defensively back to the bowler is Paris.
There's a bit of a misfield there at point region. Allows for 1. 122 for 2 now.
It's going to be Morata to continue.
Motara. Morata would be the
Yes.
well-known footballer.
Spanish striker, right?
Certainly. There's Morata and then there's Moreno.
Who do you manage to support, Dylan? Who do you manage to support? What's your football team?
Well, I don't really have a football team myself. I always see when asked about that question, I always support my fantasy team. Certainly more of a cricket supporter myself. But who do you support?
I'm a forever blue. I'm a Chelsea supporter. This one is a shortish delivery. Pulled away behind the backward square region and is going to run into
Well,
the fence.
That is gonna.
He's made a brilliant stop there, Rambaran.
Well, he's really covered some ground to get around to feel that. Made quite some distance. See him here, able to catch up to the ball that looked as it was going to evade him, and just got there at that last moment, just in the nick of time.
Some nifty footwork as we manage to speak about football indeed.
And as earlier we would have talked about Ogis being quite an athletic fielder, quite a highly touted fielder as well. Of course, more known for his batting, and we've even seen him bowl so far for this season of the Super 50.
Covered a lot of ground there indeed.
Covered as much ground as Chelsea player Cole Palmer.
Did yesterday in that that highly fancied fixture.
I think Caicedo would have been the scorer yesterday. Of course, in that matchup yesterday, the supporters of both teams within our camp.
So score is now 128 for 2 at the end of 23 overs. Stop for a drinks break. We'll have one ourselves.
drinks break. Andrew Rambaran continues from the southern end.
Short man in stature, very low trajectory. Play through the cover region, and that's going to run into the fence. Oh boy, that's a shot of class from Shaquille Paris.
That is quite a lovely shot there from Jonathan Trace. Some driving action now, and it's quite a bit more comfortable with Paris there. He's batting fast as well. Consistent with it. I'll throw that over quick time, so good for the overeaters right around.
Alex going to continue pulling this one down to the backward square region. Paris benefits with a single. So he has the right mindset indeed. He has mixed with aggression and good temperament he has shown throughout this innings. So there's a shorter, flatter delivery there from Mutara.
Flatter, faster. Just looking to rush on to him. Certainly hasn't been quite as much turn on offer from what we've seen at this venue so far. So we need to find other ways of tricking the batsmen.
I think we have shift down 2 pitches to the left, maybe. A little bit more in an easterly direction.
I think the one they started off on in that first game was either the one just to the right or 2 to the right of this.
Short and pulled away again. Some work for Rambaran.
Coming back for 2. They'll get there easily.
So overs are coming quick and fast. It's the end of 25 overs, the halfway stage. It's now 135 for 2.
Of course, alluding to that opening encounter would have been when Trinidad and Tobago were dismissed for 194 and CCC were dismissed for 134, chasing that target. Carrie Pierre 4 for 8 on that occasion. This pitch here just 2 to the right, 2 to the west would have been turning square. That occasion, Yannick Karaya opening the bowling, taking 3 wickets. But certainly this pitch looks a lot more easy for batting, which has been one of the concerns within the administration as far as working on batting, getting those bigger scores, as well as getting those batsmen to just think bigger as far as batting is concerned, to get into that rhythm of scoring those centuries, just as we've seen Justin Greaves do.
See a bowling change from the highway end. It's going to be Johan Lane Yogi, as he's commonly called, back into the attack here, looking to pick up a wicket for his team, replacing Rembrandt.
Didn't have a great start early on in that first spell. On for 33 off of his 3 overs. Of course, one of those overs would have been 20 odd runs when Kieran Powell dispatched him for 5 fours in a row. Would have done quite a bit of damage to his figures. So, even though those figures might look quite not where you want to be, that 1 over would have done quite a bit of damage. And for his second spell, would want to make amends for that. Two more. Treeks and Paris continuing to push along this score.
These two have definitely run well between the wickets. Running the first one hard, as it's normally known in cricket in terms. You expect ground not the biggest in dimensions.
Certainly having walked across this ground as well as the oval, it is certainly a shorter distance to get to the other end of this ground. Of course, running between the wicket being such an important facet of the season because of the dot ball percentage. 2 bonus points if you keep your dot ball percentage under 50% for the innings. So always on the batsman's mind is trying to rotate the strike wherever they can, just as they have done there. And well, bit of a misfeel is not what you would want to see, but well capitalized upon for the batsman.
Benefiting from an overthrow there. It's guided down to the 3rd man region. Joshua Bishop does the fielding. Goes through for a single.
I think Johan Lee needs to try something a bit different here. Early on in his spell, well, in his first spell, didn't get too much movement through the air. This spell as well, not really getting much in the air as you would expect at this phase of the innings, and seems to be looking to just hit that back of a length area and get whatever he could off the pitch, but that's also still not offering too much to him. A bit of extra bounce now for Paris, and just guided that one down to again rotate the strike. A great over there for the batting team. Just would be 8 runs coming off of it, one of those being a wide, and all of those remaining runs just coming from rotating the strike.
It's going to be Mutara to continue. Sheffield Paris has really looked the part, showing his batsman-like skills here. Got a lot of temperament from this young man. So it's going to be the leg spinner to continue to the right-hander. This one is on the line of the off stump and he's playing it out defensively through the cover fieldsman and there's no run. Hope all augurs well for the future of these two development teams. So it's tossed up and he's going down the ground. It's a chance and it's brilliantly taken there by Johan Lane. So Mutara gets the breakthrough. See the replay. This one tossed up, asking to be hit. Paris obliged but didn't get sufficient contact. And Johan Lane taking a comfortable catch in the end. And a much needed breakthrough here for the academy. So again, see it asking to be hit. Not making sufficient contact. A smart catch in the end. Paris will be disappointed. So the score is now 143 for 3. So the new batsman is Mario Richards. He will replace the well-set Shakil Paris. Wicket always stems the run flow. Any passage of play in cricket. Definitely the new batsman would like to see a slip being implemented here. Probably put some pressure onto the new batsman. After one wicket, maybe he could pick up another. So he's long forward. So Motara will be gaining confidence here. Looking to spin his way through a couple more CCC wickets. So he's a bit of risk work involved here by Richards, and he's off the mark straight away, up and running, turning this one into the onside. Score moves up to 144 for 3. It's a gentle breeze going across the ground, left to right on your screens. Motara again, flat delivery this time. Tossed up delivery again. So brings the end of a successful over for Motara. Score is now 144 for 3. After 27 overs.
Tara didn't start off too well with his first over, but really got into his spell after that 4 overs. After that first over, picking up 1 for 20 now. And getting the man who's looking really comfortable, Paris.
In fact, it's Jake's. Pitched up delivery on the line.
Richards, the left-hander now, bringing that left-hand, right-hand partnership back to life for CCC.
So they would just be looking to string together a couple of good overs here. stop the run flow. So it's a good bumper there by Lane.
Good bit of aggression up front here for Richards. Don't want Richards to think he's on the front foot, want to establish authority over him. And that's well executed. How does Richards respond? How does Lane respond?
Bottom edge there.
Again, keeping that back of a length, trying to dig it into the surface and getting a bit of response here from pitch. Trying to play at that one, just getting on the edge is Richards. Bit of a nervy start. It's already off the mark though.
Gem of a delivery running past the outside edge there.
Does look to be in much better rhythm this spell as Lane is highly touted as a young and up and coming bowler. And he's really showing off his skill set now. Should also help him that awesome. It's quite heavy cloud cover as well. Be a bit more comfortable. Still the same sort of heat level, but just might be a bit of movement in the air. Again, just forcing Richards into 2 frames of mind there. Not sure whether to play or leave it. In the end, he made the right decision because he's still there. There's a bit of flight. Haven't seen too much flight as far as the bowling.
So it's another good delivery there. The corridor of uncertainty has Lane. He could come back over there. So brings the end of the
28 overs now, 144 for 3, and maiden over there for Johan Lane. I think that's a good execution there from Lane, because I think another thing that's a bit understated throughout this middle period, yes, the batting is a concern, but I think bowling as well through that middle period, especially from a pace perspective, sometimes you need to find a bowler who changes it up a bit and gets something out of the surface in the middle, because a lot of times we do see the bowlers go a bit more defensive.
So Motara with his tails up here now to really find his rhythm. As mentioned before, pitch has not done much for the spinners here this morning, so they have their works cut out for them.
Have to see how long the pitch stays together. Second innings could be a different story.
And he's bowled in a quicker delivery there. Good variation on this time by Motara, picking up his second wicket, and a crucial breakthrough here.
Well, he is on top of them now. So, wonderful delivery from Motara. A bit quicker, fuller as well, and threw him before he knew it. Jonathan Drakes now has to go. Richards, the new man out there, is going to have to meet up with a new partner.
So as mentioned, 2 quick wickets here can definitely hamper the formidable total that the CCC outfit would have had in mind.
And that's what the leg spinner does for you. Those quick wickets, they come out of nowhere. This is Captain Shamar Brooks now joining Richards.
Shamar Brooks, very talented young man, one of the classiest right-handers in the Caribbean. Probably not live up to his true potential, to say the least.
I think that's a fair assessment. Has played his fair share of test matches as well as ODIs and a few T20s as well. Has looked good at times, but just not having that consistency that you yearn for at the international level.
So it's 144 for 4 into the 29th over here. So it's a bit of consolidation needs to take place here. Shamar Brooks will have to play a captain's knock if his team are to get up in the excess of 250.
I think generally you might be wondering why Brooks might be batting so low, but when you look at that is a peel, and it's a wicket again for Motara. 2 in 2, and he's going to be on a hat-trick. He's completely changed the scope of this game, getting captain Shamar Brooks. 3 for 20 now, Motara. Brilliant spell he's into.
That's a Jaffa. Googly first up, jogging back and then holding its line and
Kept quite low as well. Was expecting that to bounce quite a bit more than it did, and just crept under his bat and was very much in line.
so Shamar Brooks feeling to trouble the scorers here.
Have another look at it.
Sliding on.
Showing off quite a bit of variations as well. It's Motara.
So it's going to be the left-hander, Akshaya Prasad of Guyanese origin.
There's been no goal thus for the captain Shamar Brooks, just a golden duck.
So Motara is going to be on a hat-trick. Akshaya Prasad will have other ideas.
Two left-handers at the crease now.
The young man who plied his trade with Central Sports in the Trinidad and Tobago Premier 1 division earlier this year. Also participated in the Dream 11. So he has a fair idea of Trinidadian conditions. He's going past the outside edge. Oh boy, that's a good delivery there for a hat-trick delivery.
Couldn't get much better than that for a hat-trick delivery. Opted for the googly on that occasion. Just narrowly missing the bat. Oh, and this time again the googly just falling short of that fielder at slip.
So brings the end of a very successful over. 2 wickets in that one for Motara. The score is now 144 for 5 after 29. The next generation of cricketers on show here at You Respect in St. Augustine.
Akshaya Prasad, young and experienced, but not too much in years. 27 years of age.
It's Lane to continue.
Of course, you look at the importance of bowling in partnerships as well. Lane would have bowled that maiden over from the other end to Demario Richards, and although Richards is still there from this end, when Motara came in, he made use of that pressure and picked up those 2 quick wickets. High score of 55 in List A cricket for Prasad.
So good morning. Welcome there. Not a good bumper by Yuan Lin. Just letting Akshay Prasad know that here's what. Good morning, I'm here.
He hasn't had too much success bowling closer to the batsman, so looking to keep it as short as he can. Seems to be working better for him in the second spell.
Well fielded in the backward point region by Aki Mogis.
Run rate has just gone under 5 now.
Looking for a cheeky single there. Just turning it into the onside. Unable to get the single. So the shorty's getting up on the toes. Playing a good looking gut shot, but it's straight to that fieldsman again, Aki Mogis. Unable to get any runs, so
Must also mention that within that second power play phase that Academy have gained a bowling point, 1 bonus point for bowling, having those wickets be more than or equal to 5 throughout that second power play, so they've already gained that bonus point. After 30, it's 145 for 5.
so Motara to continue. So it's tossed stopped and driven down to the long on fieldsman.
The side is back on strike now.
Yet to get off the mark is Basad, so a bit of nerves there. We'd obviously want to get over that much feared figure of duck, as it's commonly known.
As a bowler, you want to keep the batsman there as long as you can. Don't let him get off of that duck easily.
It's brilliantly stopped there in the cover region. Animated Akimogis in the cover region.
There he is again. He seems to be everywhere. That was certainly not what Mutara would have been expecting to bowl. No, quite an acrobatic bit of feeling there. Did about 2 rollovers. Bit too close to cut from Prasad, from Richards. Just nudging it now.
Mutara has really settled in to the thick of things. See a bit of variation.
Valdo Clark now into the attack from the southern end, replacing Johan Lean. Hasn't done too much bowling so far for the season as Rivaldo Clark.
So it's down the leg side and brilliantly taken there by Bowen Tuckett. Smart bit of keeping there down the leg side. First, be seen a bit of off spin. So see there are many bowling options Teddy Bishop has add to his luxury.
Of course, himself included. Another wide. Would Bishop and O'Geese can roll their arms over to bowl as well. Rivaldo Clark still quite young, no wickets to his name in this level of cricket as yet. Rivaldo Clark being from Barbados. Actually has a half century in the CPL as well.
He's turning into the leg side as Prasad. Able to find the gap. It's tossed up here by Clark. Straight to the cover fieldsman, so
There's no doubt a match-up selection with the two left-handers on strike.
it's turning out to be a pretty good over here. Just 3 from it with 1 legal delivery left.
Of course, it was two wides, a bit nervy to start off with, but quite steady to finish off. One more run. 152 for 5 now.
At the end of the 32nd over, it's now 152 for 5. Having a change in the commentary box in a short. Getting on the back foot and pushing it out to the cover region for a comfortable single. So these two batsmen just trying to consolidate a tad bit, not seeing any shot in anguish or any real aggression shown by these two thus far.
Certainly those two quick wickets would have really stunted the run flow. Tossing it up quite generously. Richards just gets down and defends.
Waywardly line swept away nicely by Prasad. Brilliant piece of fielding on the square leg boundary. Coming across, making a lot of ground.
course, Mutara being so early on in his career, this is already his best figures in Lycée cricket. Into his third game. Just a defensive shot to finish off that over. 155 for 5 now.
So see the scorecard here.
Yeah, after if any more wickets were to fall into the bowlers. Of course, each of those with a bit of batting potential, but stronger suit of all those remaining batsmen being their bowling. So Clark given his second over. And he's responded with a wicket. Straight through. And he's bowled Prasad. Clark getting his first wicket in Lycée cricket and in this tournament. And was a inspired bowling change from Captain Bishop. And now in his second over he's responded with that wicket. First ball just keeping a bit low. Just enough turn. And batsman just not able to quite get that ball away. Go straight on and
shot in the end. I think a bit of agricultural about it. Playing across the line there was Prasad so early on in his innings. And paying the ultimate price.
there's that pressure that was continuing to build on CCC from the Mutara wickets, as well as the steady bowling from the other end from both Lane as well as Clark. Clark would have only bowled 2 overs prior to today in this season. Another look at it. He's really just shouldn't have been playing that shot, as he would have alluded to. The delivery as well, just looking to target the stumps.
So the new batsman is Romario Graves.
Mario Graves, off spinner himself.
He's getting back and punching through the back and point fieldsman. Seeing the likes of the young budding all-rounder Mr. Sion Hackett being one of the reserves for this CCC outfit.
I've heard quite a bit of talk about Sion Hackett as well. Saw him play a few times earlier in the year. Does bring a lot of energy with him.
Very good young man, showing his all-round prowess. Genuine all-rounder indeed.
Certainly like to see him get a few games in this Super 50. This is really good from Valdo Clark, and it's just about keeping it simple. He's keeping it quite simple for himself and doing the basics quite well.
To run hard to get to here, eventually gets home safely.
Well, there was a shy at the stumps there. Keeper had hands on his head, and see what transpired here. Take another look at it. Coming back for that second run, and was certainly there for the taking. seemed to be in by the time it came, but direct hit as always brings quite a bit of surprises with it. Great mode of transportation there. Well, it seems like they've had enough to get out.
So this turns out to be a marathon spell here by Motara.
Tara's pretty much bowled on change so far. It just seems like he's gotten better with each over.
Really growing in confidence as his spell went on.
That is a key thing for spinners as well. You don't always get into your rhythm first over, second over. You need quite a bit of time to work your way into the spell, figure out what the pitch is doing for your particular skill set.
That's why it's important that batsmen who manage to start well against spin, as we say in local terms, they jump these spinners,
Try to hit them out of the attack.
unable to settle at all. So Greaves unable to get off the mark just yet. So he's playing across the line of this one.
That one just angling back towards him, catching him by surprise. Greaves is still unable to make the contact that he would like to.
This was a chance. Morat unable to get a hand hit. That one went past him in a flash.
I think that was very well done by umpire Candice Laborde, hitting just down in time. And the ball going straight as a die there. Just for one run. 160 for 6 now. Valdo Clark given a third.
In the support. This one is a thick outside edge. It's going to run close to the boundary, down to the third man. It's going to take some stopping.
I think he played that there quite
Motara.
on purpose. Was no one there apart from a fielder chasing after it. Looked to be some free real estate that batsman wanted to make use of.
Attempting a big heave, but just managing to put it all along the carpet.
Just looking to wind up a bit there, and just at the last minute deciding to turn that into a single.
So defensively played into the offside. So it's a backward square, mid wicket, long off, long on, and cover on the boundary. Before inside the circle is a backward point. Backward square, mid wicket, and short extra cover. So staying low again. Well dealt with by Greaves.
Run rate has continued to drop down to 4.5 now. CCC do need to find some method of scoring here. Academy no doubt have the upper hand now and the momentum with them. And there's still quite a lot of deliveries to make use of.
Cricket, lovely cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. It can change in a flash. That brings the end of the over. How much over is Maratha bowling?
Last over now for Zishan Mutara. 3 wickets in his spell so far. If he was able to pick up a 4th wicket, he would be able to get one of those bonus points. Just as I speak about those bonus points, just a reminder that there has been a bowling bonus point for the academy, and the batting point for this middle phase for CCC is well out of reach at this point. They've already lost that. So 1 bonus point each for CCC as well as academy so far, as I welcome back Mr. Vinod Mamchan into the commentary box.
Thanks a lot, Dylan. And you and Williams have been informed of the ball, it seems. 166 for 6. What about Mutara? He has really been tremendous, has he? 1 for 41 in his last essay. And now he has 3 for 30. With just a couple deliveries to go in his spell.
I think he wrote an essay a bit too long here for the CCC.
His eagle-eyed dad is on the fence here with his clicker, hoping to get the best shots.
Well, he certainly chose on the right day to come along. I was ever so close to a hat-trick earlier.
But he's a serious man, you know. He packs up the lens immediately at the end of the spell. So Mutara has his own private cameraman, Zishan Mutara. That's good. The line has been impeccable by him. End of the over, at the end of 37. It's 167 for 6 at Yui.
It's going to be drinks here after 37 overs. final passage of play here after the final drinks break has been taken. Joshua Bishop has switched around to the southern end now. And taking a look at the batting points, bonus point allocation. As we see in that second power play, the run rate dipped under 5 and they've certainly lost more than 4 wickets, so that bonus point is out of the reckoning for the CCC. Dot balls we'll have to see about the end of the innings.
So here's Bishop from the southern end. This is well pitched up.
It's been a quite lengthy period of rebuilding here ever since Mutara has taken those wickets. Haven't quite been able to get the batting quite where they want it to be. Some good efforts in the field as well.
So period here of some sort of consolidation. They want to push it probably to around over number 42, 43. If they're still together, then they'll look to increase the tempo like that. Driving over the top. It spins towards the boundary and goes into it.
Well, not the best bit of work down there on the boundary. Just looking to get that ball as far as he could have in the air, and eventually it beats Smith towards the boundary. Like, looking at it there. Richards has been there for quite some time.
He's holding up the lower order, and he'll be looking to probably play some more expansive shots as the overs dwindle down.
It seems as if we have a delivery.
Yes. The man who normally brings the lunch and asks only in return for the plastic bags. You seem very puzzled there, Mr. Sharma. Mr. Rajaram.
I could hear a stomach growling all the way in the valley right now.
All the way in the valley, you say. So the cricket has been interesting to say the least. It has been gripping cricket. Pendulum has swung on both sides, but it's blades, and he's gonna come to cut through, looking to cut through the lower order and the tail. Bishop has been a good captain today. It's sweltering heat here at the moment, and one could feel it for the players out there.
Bleeds now. It's back from this northern end. The Huey Speck end. 1 for 22 in his 5 overs up front. It's round the wicket.
Here he is. Good pace, hitting the deck hard. Nice back of the length delivery.
It's right where he would want to be. Not allowing Greaves to do anything with that.
back and punching nicely, firmly.
Left-hander on strike now, so would need to adjust his line.
Ooh, this time he's gone. Too close to him, he was playing. You're looking to force it down to third man. It was too close to him. And Blades has made an impression.
Well, Blades has absolutely cut the edge of the bat sharply there.
That was good. I like the look of this young man, Blades. He's as sharp as a razor blade.
Does seem to be growing from strength to strength. Last time I saw him would have been in that 4-day warm-up against South Africa, and he does look quite a bit more energetic now.
The last time I saw a Blade was this morning when I took a shave. But that delivery could have shaved the batsman as well. Impressive. 7 down.
It's also 9 wickets in the tournament so far for Blades.
And the obdurate Smith has to go. What is he? What's that celebration about? Has him in his pocket, he says.
You know, there's a lot of different celebrations around the pocket. Of course, the notebook with Walton and Keswick Williams. Keswick Williams has now taken that notebook into the com box.
Yep. Started his commentary with, of course, Cricket 360. He has now moved on to ESPN. And hopefully for him, bigger and better things. He's under the tutelage of Mr. Sharma as producer. Hope that you taught him well. Abhijay Mansingh. It's jumping into line. Mansingh is much better than the number 9 that he has been coming in. When he played for Jamaica in the 4D version of the cricket, he scored some useful runs batting high up.
Has 5 50s in first class cricket. High score of 62 not out. Not quite replicating those numbers in the 50 over version.
Ooh, some lift.
Well,
This is Blades at his best here.
just the way that he played that, you can tell that he's no bunny with the bat.
Definitely not. I was just in the gymnasium early on this morning, and as I was walking out, I saw plastered on the wall just before me a photo of his dad, who is in charge of this medical sport program at UE. Down the leg side, he's gone! Mansingh getting too much inside the line and looking to play it on the onside. He seemed surprised, and the umpire, Candice Laborde, says that he feathered that. Let's have a look.
This is brilliant from Blades. Second spell, not wasting any time getting into the wickets. And
Well, it's difficult for us to see.
of course, great work from Bowen Tuckett, as we've seen throughout this innings.
Definitely didn't touch, did he? I
Didn't
saw
see-
some daylight, but I'll get back to that because
I did see a bit of deviation, but I can't
to me
tell
the
if that's
deviation
off
came
the
after the bat and glove was out of the way. But we will, our producer, Mr.
the
Jason Prasad Kailash Ragbir Francis, he is very good. And I think he will probably zoom that up for us and show us, and for the benefit of all the viewers out there, the many viewers.
That's 10 wickets in the tournament now for Blades.
definitely leaving a mark.
He's now tied with Jamel Warrican, who also has 10.
Let's see it here. No. Oh, come on, Mr. Sharma. That took his probably just under the arm, the armpit.
I was going to come back to when I did see that deviation. I wasn't too sure where it would have come off, and also it was continuing in this sort of natural direction that the ball was going to go, so sometimes you could just see that movement in the air as it passes by.
So, unlucky man Singh, I thought. But, as I said before, we don't have the use of Snicko, and the umpire is in the best position.
King Jordan. Readying up to face his first delivery now. And that's bowled him. Hakeem Jordan is only going to face one delivery and he's going to have to go back for a golden duck. Joshua Bishop with his first wicket of the day. At some point it was going to come. Joshua Bishop is a wicket taker, a reliable option for the academy, and that's a lovely execution. Just looking to bowl wicket to wicket and target the stumps, and Hakeem Jordan had no idea about where that ball was going. Got his back down and just missed him on the outside. Just a straight delivery there from Bishop and played all around it. Real good teamwork here from the academy. All of the bowlers getting in on the act.
It's been a great team effort, hasn't it? 174 for 9.
It certainly has been, and when you look at where they were earlier as well, 102 for 2, and now sliding down 174 for 9. Of course, there's also another bonus point for taking all 10 wickets, and with just over 10 overs to go, you would give that to the academy. Carrie Campbell, the last man in. Mario Graves stands at the non-striker's end, not really able to do too much. Just gonna have to give Campbell a few instructions.
Bishop, his first wicket.
There's a bit of discussion between the two batsmen. When you do look at a situation like this from a batting perspective, it does look quite doom and gloom, but even just the addition of that bonus point does add that extra bit of context, because you could continue to rotate the strike and keep those dot balls down.
Excellent point.
Bishop isn't allowing for much rotation though. He's always quite accurate.
He's gone, that's it. Well, he's saying that it was pitched outside the line of the leg stump, but that is that the fat lady has sung here. And it's 174 all out. Let's have a look.
Did look to be outside from my perspective.
Difficult to tell from that angle, but I think what sold him there was that to the umpire was that he was on the back foot. And again, it's still difficult to tell. He was struck in front. We can agree with that. But whether or not it was pitched outside the line of the leg stump is another matter. So that's the situation here. CCC 174 all out. When we come back in about half an hour's time, and with our producers belly filled, they'll be chasing 175.
here for the second innings of the Regional Super 50 Cup, sponsored by CG United. Here the West Indies Academy are preparing to chase down 175 runs, which the CCC had earlier set for them. Or should I say that the West Indies Academy pretty much dictated that run total, the way that they came back into the bowling throughout especially the second half of that innings. So I also welcome Darryl Williams alongside me.
Hello and welcome viewers for this much anticipated run chase. It's 175 is required. I think it was a poor showing on behalf of the CCC outfit, collapsing.
Well, that's a bit too long to be considered a bat. It's quite long.
So it's going to be Aki Mugis and Tuckett to open the batting for the West Indies Academy.
Hakeem Jordan to open the bowling from the southern end for CCC. Wealth of experience from Hakeem Jordan. And starting quite wide there, not wide enough to be called. Just keeping it outside of Geest's off stump. Generally tends to swing the ball away from the left-hander, does Hakeem Jordan. So coming with that over the wicket line and try to go across Geest.
So he's wrapped in the par, stifle a field. Umpire says not out. So we see some intent here straight away. We see CCC with a quite aggressive field. There's two slips in place, waiting for that angle delivery.
And just as I was talking about there with that angle delivery, really wouldn't be getting that LBW in favor coming over the wicket. Generally doesn't tend to swing it back into the left-hander. There's two slips more in place for outside edge.
Jordan showing his frustration. Not pleased with that decision at all, but he lives to fight another day is Ugis. So he's covering the line of delivery and played it out defensively. It's probably impossible to defend this total. They will have to get wickets and get wickets quickly indeed.
It's gonna be key here for CCC. Second innings will have a bit more wear and tear on the pitch, so as we saw in the first innings, quite a lot on offer later on in the innings for the spinners. Started off quite easy for batting, but as the innings progressed, it allowed the spinners to come into the attack.
So it's Jordan again. This one is two on the onside. Biogis and they're up and running.
It's first time in this tournament that we see Bowen Tuckett opening the batting. Generally comes in around that number 5 spot. So a promotion in the batting order for him. Has been performing quite well this season. First class cricket. Hasn't quite cracked the code in the List A format as yet. Still very young man. So quite like this option. I've seen him at the top of the order. Of course, not going to be easy for him after keeping in these conditions, coming out to open as well. So great show of fitness here for him as well. Facing his first ball, and
Driving and driving nicely through the cover region. It's going to run away. What a way to open your account. Take a bow, young man. That's an exclusive shot. Punching nicely. So that brings the end of the first over. See the replay there again.
Right away, he was ready to drive. First ball was right in place. And it was just a bit too full and wide from Akeem Jordan. So 5 for none after 1 over.
It's going to be that young man, Kari Campbell, part of the victorious St. Lucia Kings outfit. The young man hailing from Jamaica. So the success story, similar to that of Fidel Edwards. He was seen by Darren Sammy as a net bowler. And he snapped him up. See how he did. He played a couple games for the Kings. Let's see how he fared in the Super 50 format. So good delivery outside the line of the off stump. So it's a rare commodity and a few and far between. We see left arm seamers coming out of the Caribbean. One of the more noticeable ones who have done well women's service for West Indies was Pedro Collins, who is the assistant coach of the CCC outfit.
Gary Campbell will be playing 1 game in the CPL this year. After, just as you told that story, being discovered. Always interesting to see a left armour coming into bowl. It's an angle that tends to trouble batsmen more than it really should. Something about it just becomes troubling for the batsman to play. Similar to how a left-handed batsman just somehow looks a bit more classy.
I beg to
Something
differ.
about it.
Beg to differ there, Mr. Sharma.
Wouldn't be speaking from personal experience, not too versed with my left hand.
So there's 2 slips, a backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, short fine leg and a backward square for Campbell. So Ogis would have faced him quite a number of times playing for St. Lucia Kings himself. So go through for a quick single here.
Would have faced him quite a lot in the nets. Many preparations behind the scenes. Of course, being involved with franchise is a lot more than just the game time that you get. It's also the time behind the scenes with the staff and other players. You get to absorb a lot of knowledge. Good start so far. Like that. Well, I was gonna say that I liked the option seeing 2 slips in place. Now taken out one of those slips. The right-hander.
Very interesting. Well, this one is driving and driving nicely back past the bowler, and it's a good stop there. Jeremiah coming around to his right.
Very good stop there from Jeremiah, supporting his bowler right up front.
So the CCC outfit to stay in this game will definitely need to pick up wickets, and in quick succession as well, to put this academy outfit on the back foot. So there's a lovely line delivery just outside the line of the off stump. He's not interested and shoulders to arms. So that brings the end of the second over. It's now 7 without loss. Good showing here. See what the CCC outfit presents here. It's a bit of experience. Akeem Jordan with West Indies experience under his belt, and a pretty young Kari Campbell, so if they can bowl well in tandem, they will definitely do well. So he's turning onto the onside, straight to the fieldsman, there's no run. Special mention and kudos to those that are in charge for making a venture of this possible. These two young teams. This one is driving and driving nicely again is Duckett.
Has come out here with some positive intent, especially with regards to driving. It's the Tuckett. Of course, you want to get ahead of the run chase, as small as it may look. And always start off with good intent. Of course, also bonus points on offer.
Bonus point being implemented again this year. A few variations. Just ensuring that positive cricket will always be the winner. Reaping your rewards for aggressive batting or intent up front. Jordan again. This one is on the line of your stump and driving nicely again is Duckett. See the CCC outfit looks like they're up for this. They're quite a bit of chirp in and around, supporting each other, looking for this much needed breakthrough.
Certainly CCC being the home team, you may refer to it that way, as being the home ground at UWI St. Augustine. Certainly would be willing them on. Again, not able to get off strike. Tried to drive quite a few times. This time just trying to play it to the onside, but still not able to pass any gaps.
So a lot of support coming from the CCC outfit, trying to ensure and urge their teammates on to get this much needed wicket. Swanee's crunch. Back past the bowler. It's a forehand jab. Almost like a tennis shot. Picks up 4 good looking runs. It's Duckett. We see the replay here again. Short.
Well, that was an interesting shot. Almost played it as if he was playing a pull shot, but played it straight. And it was quite nonchalant as well. Fielders didn't even move right away. Almost a delayed reaction from them. It went away for 4. Even if they did move right away, it was going to be difficult to cut off, because it was so well timed.
See the uneven bounce. I think he played a bit before time. Thought that one would have gotten to him a bit faster. It's going to be Campbell again. Just to ensure that they don't get off to a runaway start. So it's quite interesting that Shamar Brooks has gone for 2 slips to the left-hander and just 1 to the right-hander.
Did notice that in the last over as well.
This one he's driving gloriously. Back past the bowler, down to the fence for 4 good-looking runs. So Aki Bogis comes to the party and picks up his first boundary of the innings.
I would pitched up looking for whatever movement he could find, but only movement was off the bat. Timed to perfection from Auguste, and both batsmen are now looking in fine form. New opening partnership looking to work so far for the academy.
He's getting back on the back foot and playing nicely. A good looking shot there, but unable to get any runs. Straight to the fieldsman this time. Akim Ogis has done well for in the West Indies colours already at the under 19 level. Really put his hand up. Just a fresh band, a new generation of cricketers being produced. This is Campbell again. This one is a bit slower delivery here. Running his hands over this one. He's unable to get it off the square.
Yeah, I didn't see too much as far as those slower deliveries in the first innings from the Pacers. This is a pitch that would suit that style of bowling. And we saw the initial seaman swing escape the quick bowlers in the first innings. We saw a bit more of banging it in rather than looking to play with the cutters and back of the hand. Of course, at this level is still difficult art to master. So, all part of playing in this tournament and working on those skills. Oh, that's quite a beauty of a delivery there from Campbell. Just getting that one to go across him. There's a bit of movement and maybe a bit of swing there as well. It just played around it, beating him. All ends up. Great finish to the over. 16 after 4, exactly 4 and over.
So, Akim Jordan spearheading this attack. Will definitely need to lead from the front and ensure that his team makes a game of this. It's not a foregone conclusion. Early up.
Round the wicket now.
So it's a waywardly line delivery down the line of the leg stump. Signal wide by the umpire. Not like they need any help or support at all.
Still those two slips in place for just the left-hander. For both Jordan and Campbell.
This is live action from Louis Speck Ground in St. Augustine. We see the CCC outfit coming up against the West Indies Academy. If you manage to be in the area, come on down, have a view of the region's next superstar household name.
Certainly come and witness. There is certainly no shortage of area to sit. Nicely forward from Auguste, showing off the full face of the bat to Akeem Jordan, making sure that he knows that he's going to have to earn his wicket.
So was the line of the off stump again. Defensively played out to cover Fiesman. CCC over the years have had some reputable names that have represented them with West Indies experience. More so, one in particular that led them to victory was Carlos Ricky Brackwith.
To remember that season would have been 2018 season. If I believe right, that would have been one of the first times when they moved the tournament from earlier on in the year to be a bit later on in the year. Generally, Super 50 occurred January, February. Now we see it at September, October sort of timing. November.
Tuckett looks to be a very compact young man. He looks.
I have seen him back quite a bit so far since he has started playing, especially in 4-day cricket. And he does look quite a solid character. And I do quite like this promotion of him up the order. I think he does bat a bit low.
Bit of a false start there by Jordan. Everything not firing on all cylinders, so he pulled out. Looking to get it right for his team here. Hakeem Jordan, pretty young, but has been around for quite some time.
Young regarding his experience, not age. And that's going to be out. First wicket for Hakeem Jordan. Colin Bowen Tuckett is going to have to go after getting his way up to 9 runs. It's the first wicket here for CCC, and the Academy are now 18 for 1. Hakeem Jordan just taking a bit of extra time before he pulled that delivery and got it right. Just tickling him down the leg side. Now Geese is going to have to forge a new partnership here with incoming batsman. Here we see Owen Tuckett making his way back. Bit of commentator's curse as well. We just talked about how it did look quite good here. It's going to be Rivaldo Clark at number 3. Struck with that vital wicket earlier.
That one just stifling for room there. Looking to get inside the line of that delivery and play a pull shot. Unable to make any contact. And just getting some glove on the way through to wicketkeeper. So much needed breakthrough. See if one can be followed quickly by another. So some minor adjustments being made here for the new batsman in Rivaldo Clark.
Short ball to greet him and off the mark right away. Gonna keep strike, and he's gonna have a look at what Carrie Campbell is gonna do from the other end. It's 19 for 1 now after 5.
going to be Campbell. Only bowling to Clark. So let's just jogging back a bit to the right-handed batsman. Covering the line of delivery very early. He would want to settle in and settle in quite quickly. He's known for his extravagant stroke play.
Valdo Clark would have scored 35 in his previous game. 35 or 47 with 5 fours, so just as you alluded to, does like to play his shots.
He's guiding this one through the backward point region. It's going to run away to the fence.
Looked to
Elegantly played there by Rivaldo Clark.
looked to be an attempted Yorker, but just not quite getting it there. Pretty much put it right in the slot there, and Clark drove it elegantly there. 4 runs.
Good looking shots indeed, but I still think shot up there was Aaron Powell. Cover drive he played off Johan Lane early in the day.
Nicely tucked away. Well, leg eyes.
So sweltering heat here. What do you expect? Young men need to be hydrated. Stay hydrated indeed in this. This one is wide outside the line of the off stump.
Very wide from Campbell. Not at all where you'd want to be bowling. Still has those 2 slips in place. So trying to keep the ball sort of around that 4th, 5th stump line, but it was way too wide. Generally, I think they've kept those 2 slips to the left-hander because both of these bowlers tend to naturally move it away from them. Wide again. Just would want to get himself out of this over. Doesn't seem to be going for him at this stage. Screams of encouragement for him from his teammates. Sweltering heat, of course, according to my weather app. Feels like 37.
So he's tuning into the onside. And they go through for a comfortable single.
Has been quite a heavy cloud cover throughout the day. Some rain was forecasted earlier, but seems to have blown away, missed us. Or hasn't quite gotten to us as yet. Whichever way we've gotten into a second innings.
So he's tuning behind square, straight to the fieldsman this time. And there's no run. Some interesting results we saw. The defending champions, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, go under last night. What turned out to be a commanding victory by the Leeward Islands Hurricane.
Of course, does bring some consistency to how those teams performed last year into this year, because Leeward Islands would have made the final last year as well. So two of the teams that have been performing at the high end of the Super 50. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago would definitely be a bit depleted this year with the absence of Akil Hussein and Sunil Narayan having stopped playing in this 50 over format, which does still bode well, allows them to bring in some more youthful players. At least trying to just nudge that one through the offside, but not getting it past that fielder. Jordan, with all his experience, has set the tone so far, picking up that first wicket. Would want to continue leading from the front. Just peeling off of the bat that time. Kim Jordan, 30 years of age, so certainly no spring chicken. Played in 2 ODIs already. Back when the West Indies would have toured the UAE last year. Best of 5 for 18 in List A cricket. 52 wickets from his 40 matches. In that corridor of uncertainty, just continuing to ask questions of Auguste, but just walks away and resets himself.
A bit of gardening there on the pitch to ensure that it's all smoothed out.
Four-dot ball so far in the over. Get a sense that something could happen. And just as I sense that, he does pull it away for 4. There's Akeem Auguste just straying a bit, trying to go for that bouncer, and Akeem Jordan is going to be pulled away from Akeem Auguste. Beautifully executed shot. Fielder didn't have a chance there, and it races away for 4 runs.
Indeed, a good looking shot indeed. Getting on top of that one. Didn't make sufficient contact with it, but it was good enough to still get away to the boundary. Nonetheless.
Pulled again from Auguste, landing just short of Mansingh.
So that brings the end of the over.
Plays pull shot again. Didn't really have a chance there, did Mansingh. Was just landing too short of him.
So it's 32 for 1. After 7.
Kim Auguste already with a high score of 81 in List A cricket. 2 half centuries. Already has 4 wickets in List A cricket as well. All of those coming in one bowling innings of 4 for 47.
So it's wide outside the line of the off stump. I think he's just over trying. If he takes his gentle approach and ensure that he does the basics well, I think he will come out victorious and on top.
Yeah, I think he does seem to be trying a bit too hard. Seems to be an area of concern there. Probably with the run-up. May that be the source of his discomfort as far as bowling is concerned. They've all guarded in the run-up area from this northern UE spec end. So while they sort that out, we'll take a short break.
Hello and welcome back, viewers. 20-minute delay for some running repairs on the popping crease. Hope that doesn't swing the momentum. We're back here live now.
Carrie Campbell had a bit of discomfort in that run-up area, so likely because of that spot that needed some running repairs. Spent quite some time getting that back in business, but now they have and ready to restart. So Carrie Campbell now to get into his fourth over. Just tucking that one into the leg side. King East and Rivaldo Clark would want to get themselves back into frame of mind of batting. That 20-minute break would have definitely broken the rhythm that they would have gained so far. Always have to refocus yourself after these breaks. Even short drinks breaks tends to bring a wicket after break is concluded, so even longer break on that occasion.
Pitched up delivery, turning away to the mid-wicket region, straight to the fieldsman this time. So Carrie Campbell in his fourth over here. It's been a stop-start for him.
The rest might have done Carrie Campbell some good. His previous over was a bit dodgy.
So it's tucked away, tickled down with fine leg. 4 good-looking runs, string in line there is Campbell, and easily put away. So much-needed boundary to ease the tension.
Nicely done from Rivaldo Clark. Carrie Campbell just being a bit too straight on that occasion and allowing for him to turn that one around.
Play and a miss outside the line of the off stump. Looking for an extravagant drive outside there. Not able to make any contact. I see date passage up here. Just looking to get a move on things. Neither of these teams have snuck in front at all. Shamar Brooks needs to prize another wicket out. This one is well pitched upon, driving elegantly is Clark again, and it's going to run into the fence. Just a simple check drive there. And races away for 4 good-looking runs. Score moves up to 42 for 1 after 8. You see that one again over pitch. Just leaning into that one. Gracefully played there by Rivaldo Clark. Stand and deliver, young man. So it's going to be Akeem Jordan to continue.
one is a well-lined delivery, just the line of the off stump and played out defensively. So there's a slipper backward point, the short extra cover, mid off, mid on. Fine leg, backward square. It's the field. This one is straight on the line of leg stump, but it's a good piece of fielding there by Akshay Prasad.
King Jordan continuing right where he left off before the break.
This one is tickled around the corner. Backward square. In 9 good.
Already 1 for 17 in his spell, King Jordan.
So it's a short delivery. Not getting up. Hakeem Jordan doesn't look to be his fluent self. Looks to have a minor stutter in his run-up. If you can pay attention to it in this next delivery. He's starting and stopping relatively quickly. Bang and target.
There's just 1 run off that over from Hakeem Jordan, 1 for 18 after his 5 overs have been bowled. Great start from him. Would have probably wanted 1 or 2 more wickets, but 1 wicket so far at least, still giving them a chance.
So we're going to see a bowling change from spec end. It's going to be Mario Graves to pick up the attack.
There's an off spin into the attack. Kimo Geist, ball going away from him. So far he's dealt with the challenge of the pace up front quite well. Now the spin is no doubt going to play a bigger part. That's just defended nicely into the offside for 1.
So Graves is going to need to hit the ground running here.
and ensure he has the opportunity to pick up some wickets quickly.
Well, the clock tried to drive that one through the offside, but straight to that fielder. As a slip in place, there's Greaves. This time punching off the back foot.
So it's tossed up nicely. Looking to invite him for the expansive drive. So he's pulling away nicely. Tongue to Paris at the backward square region. This one is a blood shot, and he's given. Playing all around that one was Aki Mogis. Goes for 17. So Romario Graves with the breakthrough. You see this one again. Right arm round the wicket. Bang on target. Bit too full to be playing the slog sweep, not making any contact, and has to head back to the pavilion.
Off spin into the attack, providing that second breakthrough. And now with the 10 overs being completed, power play being completed, we can say that Academy have not gained that bowling point in the first power play. Of course, from a bowling perspective, need to have at least 3 wickets in that first power play, so no bowling point on offer either. But still a balanced game on our hands here. Teddy Bishop now joins Rivaldo Clark. Just 2 days ago, Teddy Bishop would have scored 61 from 60. So Akeem Jordan into his 6th over, continuing now after the power play and still looking just as good as he did in his first few overs. Continuing to make the ball talk.
So Jordan in a marathon spell here. Showing his class. Vastly experienced West Indies colours.
Bit of a conversation going on mid-pitch as well as down at fine leg. Foul
Going
clock.
straight.
Driving straight towards that fielder.
Just trying to continue again. Advancing down the track. Not a
Well.
half-hearted appeal, but umpire is not interested there. We see the replay.
As you said, advancing down the track really took out most of the wind from that LBW appeal on himself. Far enough down that it would have been difficult to judge that LBW. Teddy Bishop still yet to face a ball. Foul the clock is up against it here against Hakeem Jordan. He's driven that one through and I go down to that deep fielder cover. Brings Teddy Bishop on strike now. Shorter now from Hakeem Jordan, just testing out the middle area of the pitch, and Teddy Bishop is all ready for that. His first delivery.
See a slight cloud coming over the ground at this point in time. Hello?
I have been looking around. I'm not too sure which direction it's coming from and where it's looking to go, because it seems to be misbehaving a bit. Of course, most of these clouds are formed more towards the west. Generally, weather comes from the east, and most of the wind as well is coming from that easterly direction. One more ball remains in Jordan's 6th over. 11th over of the innings. Academy are ahead of the run rate at the given time. Teddy Bishop still, he's going to have to wait a bit longer to get off the mark. 46 for 2. Mario Graves now into his 2nd over.
Picked up a wicket in his first, so he will be brimming with confidence. He'll try to continue along this vein. So it's tossed up outside the line of the off man, elegantly played through the cover region. It's going to take some stopping. Campbell does the job on the cover boundary. But you have to see Mansing into the attack just yet. He's going to have a part to play in this.
Well, he has been right in our view for this innings, fielding just in front of us. No doubt would be a key figure in this bowling attack. Two right-handers on strike as well, so prime time for him to come into the attack. Shamar Brooks, the captain, would have to make that decision. And that's cut straight to here at Powell.
Shamar Brooks has the luxury of using himself. When Shamar Brooks captained the West Indies under-19 team, he played a vital and pivotal role as a leg spinner as well. So there are some options. He missed out with the bat. He could probably come and pick up a couple of wickets here.
That is going back quite some time. Would have been around 2006, 2008 on the 19 World Cup. Not too sure which one it would have been.
As the saying goes, class is class, form is temporary. If it is you know something, it will remain in your repertoire for quite some time.
Certainly I do always like when any cricketer can, well, especially batsmen could roll their arm over and bowl a few vital overs. Many times they make those breakthroughs.
I think Dylan, that word in itself for the statement, rolling your arm around over, is not considered much of effective bowling. It's just probably holding up a end, so to speak. But I think Shamar Brooks could consider more than just rolling his arm over. He does manage to spin the ball quite a bit. So that's the end of the over. It's now 48 for 2 after 12.
So it is going to be Abhijay Mansingh from the southern end, as Darryl Williams would have just been asking for Mansingh to come into the attack, and just as he's left, Mansingh has entered the attack.
Quick single. Required rate of 3.34. No need to do anything silly here, Dylan. But you still look for those singles. You don't want to get bogged down. Because that is when all of a sudden you just can't seem to get the ball off the square.
You do need to remember that it was a valuable spell from Hakeem Jordan. Started off, he's already bowled 6 overs until now, being replaced from that southern end by Mansingh.
Mansingh has been good in the regional 40. One thing I know of the young man, he works hard. And once you work hard, you always tend to improve.
His eye on that tent in the background. Only just noticed that.
Oh, he struck on the pad. Ah, was that the wrong one? Probably going down the leg side. Let's have a look.
Did look quite close on first look.
Yep, definitely the wrong one, and we're not right behind. Don't have the benefit of the tracker as well, but I want to say that was going down the leg side.
I think it was going down the leg side, and another appeal is turned down by the umpire to show what this one was all about.
Generous turn.
Well, Clark didn't know too much about what was going on there.
Probably clipping the back part more than anything else. Runs here. Oh, only one though. Teddy Bishop in form. Got 64 in the last encounter here.
61.
61.
And Singh picking up 2 for 45 in his previous encounter. He's only 2 wickets in the tournament so far.
Sometimes the leg spinner takes time to get into his work.
Well, just as we saw in the first innings from Motara. First over went for 8 odd runs and came back, picked up 3 wickets for less than 40. Graves to continue.
So the 50 is up. And these two, what they've done and done well is just to look to rotate the strike, Teddy Bishop in, and you would consider Teddy Bishop a man with some experience at this level. Striving, a bit uppishly, but safely. That's the hustle.
Continuing that good running so far, just like we saw in the first innings between Paris and Drakes. Teddy Bishop does have that quite a bit of experience in this format. Had a breakout season last year. High score of 95 not out in that last season.
So he's down for the count.
Yeah, it seems to be something in the air in that area. That's the cause. A break.
Seems to be cramps. It's very hot, it's humid, it's sticky, it's muggy.
It's certainly extra humid today with that increased cloud cover.
I know you delve normally into that side of things in terms of the weather.
It's 82% humidity right now.
Ooh, you can feel it.
Valdo Clark seems all sorted now.
Important cog in the wheel here of the academy.
Set batsman so far.
122, 220 deliveries. What would have been your approach, Dylan? With the weather fickle as well.
First part of my approach would have been to bat at 11.
or not bat at all.
But it is certainly a added layer of difficulty given the possible weather around. Of course, first things first, you would want to have an idea of where you'd want to be around that 20 over mark, and later on, given the DLS calculations.
Duckworth, Lewis, Stern method. It's a lovely viewing position we're at here. Probably could have been a little higher. I know you like to be higher, Dylan.
I do wonder if Duckworth Lewis, I do wonder if Duckworth had ever gotten dismissed for a duck. How many times?
He would have had a formula to work that out too. Trust me. So it's going to be Graves. No relation to Justin Graves. The talk of the town. In this Super 50. And it shows the value of some of the things that have been implemented by Cricket West Indies. I always say, Dylan, you don't just show up one morning. Yes, people in the Caribbean would have become accustomed to, in the 80s, the early 90s, the late 70s as well, to the West Indies dominating. And they've fallen from grace, so to speak. But you don't just show up one morning and beat the world. First, you must compete. But even before competing, there's a period that you have to sit and realize. There's a process. It's all about realization. Realizing where you are. And putting proper methods in place to take you out of that situation on the road back to being competitive. Now, just as you said just now, there's an added layer of pressure with the weather here. The added layer of pressure, and people must be fair in their analysis and their viewing of the situation. There's always an added layer of stress, or if you may want to put it this way, a background stress of finance in the Caribbean. So then, our administrators have to be very creative to see how we can take our limited resources and still give to our players enough so that they could become competitive. So first, you compete, and once you reach that level, then you look to gain consistency in beating teams. I like some of the initiatives of CWI at this present time. One of it is the fact that players can now move from island to island, or because Guyana is involved in this, you move from country to country and play. Justin Graves would have been sitting probably where you are at this point in time, because he wasn't on that final 11 for Barbados or that squad. He gets an opportunity with Antigua, or they would have snapped him up even before the Barbadians could have done. There's Michael Douglas from CWI, man in charge of IT, has been walking around the ground, trying his utmost best to have things in order. So, the academy idea, the CCC idea, the idea that players can move from country to country and play, because you may have an embarrassment of riches in a certain discipline. Let's say in Trinidad you have 5 top leg spinners, but in the Windward Islands you don't have any. It now opens the way for the Windward Islands to have a good leg spinner, and your leg spinner from Trinidad then gets an opportunity that he would not have gotten with his national team. So it's not all doom and gloom. I think it's bright, and I think there are brighter and better days ahead.
I think that is certainly a good initiative to have those players able to move around. I did notice it, I think, as well in the 4-day competition earlier in the year.
And I don't know if you know, might have been before your arrival in San Fernando, but Sir Frank Worrell played for Trinidad back in the day. Wes Hall played for Trinidad back in the day as well, just to show you. Dr. Tim Gopi Singh, former Minister of Education. I'm sure you know Dr. Gopi Singh.
I do know him, and did not quite know about his sporting side.
Yes, he did open the bowling for Jamaica whilst he was a student at the Mona campus. So, not many people in Trinidad know that the former Minister of Education is actually an opening bowler for Trinidad.
You see, opening bowler back then, opening bowler meant pace alone.
Well, to be honest and to be truthful, I didn't see him play, but I think he more depended on swinging the ball. There's definitely no Ian Bishop and no Anthony Gray.
I guess I should have been a bit more specific when I say pace. I just meant seam bowling.
Yes, probably seam bowling. And so he would have swung the ball. He was good enough to play against a visiting Australian team as well. I think Dr. Gopi Singh did tell me that in one of the encounters, Jamaica versus the Combined Islands, as they were back in the day, the Leewards and Windwards combining for the Combined Islands, I think that he told me that he had Viv Richards in tremendous trouble during one spell, and then his dogs started to make noise and awoke him from his slumber. He was asleep.
Well, I was just about to ask for some proof of that.
I did ask the great man himself about Dr. Gopi Singh, and he did remind me of those New Zealand cricketers in the 1992 World Cup, Dibley and Dubley and Wobbly. Do you remember those three?
Well, I don't quite remember those three.
They took New Zealand into the semi-finals of the 1992 World Cup against all odds, together with the great batting of Mark Greatbatch. And they just ran in, turned their arms over, swung the ball a bit, but they were nagging. Down the leg side, signal wide, they were nagging. And you had Gavin Larson. He was one of them. Chris Zinzan Harris was another one. Just kept it there and abouts.
It's all about showing off that skill. It's not all about just quick bowling piece and getting that spin to rip and turn. It's about skills and just putting the ball in the same area over and over, getting it to vary just so slightly.
Well, people have the idea and of the thought sometimes that you have to bowl slower to get the ball to really swing and seam as you would like. But I'll tell you something. In 1988, Ian Bishop broke into the ranks. And I was a young man at the time who read everything that was cricket related in the newspaper. And then, before the end of the day, I would read it twice if I did like a particular article. Sir Vivian Richards was quoted as saying he has never seen anyone bowl so fast and yet swing the ball so big. like Ian Bishop did in his first incarnation when he came in. So there is the ability to swing the ball a mile and bowl it at pace as well.
Does show you the importance of seam position on the ball and knowing how to use your wrists. Something
Yes.
that he does talk about so often.
This is good. Better. Probably more criticism there for Manting. It was a bit too straight though. End of the over at the end of 17, 66 for 2. Pile aboard, standing at the northern end, and she commands a lot of respect. I like that. I like umpire aboard. You know, we would have done so many broadcasts with her involved as an umpire. She commands the respect from the guys, and you get this impression that she's always under control.
And
Oh, wicket time! He's back and back to the pavilion.
well, Greaves has this under control now. 2 for 11 off of his 4 overs into his 5th over now. He's kept things tight. And who says the off spinner can't bowl to right-handers? 2 of them at the crease, and his spell has been exclusively to them.
A wicket that will give the CCC hope that there is still way to go in this encounter.
Still ahead of the required run rate. Bolden, the new batsman.
Let's have a look at this from the other end. Yep, Cardinalson going back. Did come through a bit quicker as well.
Bit flutter faster.
We like that. Again, I want to say a big thank you to CG United for believing in West Indies cricket. Just need a lot more of the corporate Caribbean citizens to believe as well.
Lamar Bolden. Left-hander at the crease now. Lamar Bolden just breaking out into the team here. West Indies Academy, only into his 3rd game. Still very young.
Boland has been pushing to get into that Barbados team in the domestic 50 over finals in Barbados. He counted 171.
By counted, do you mean scored?
Yes.
Ah, he did the counting himself.
Oh no, there are batsmen who count themselves. Oh, and he goes! Not out, says the umpire. A vigorous shake of the head there from umpire Laborde. Let's have a look at this.
Certainly got that to talk off the pitch. A bit of extra turn, but didn't look to have hit anything.
Umpire Laborde spot on.
Driving straight to that fielder. Facade.
So the weather is hanging wrong, but the funny thing is that it's hanging to the west of us. Normally, when it's on the western side here, it's a beauty. Yet again, so all of a sudden, these spinners are very, very, very difficult to negotiate. So that's the eastern side of the ground. West, in fact, that's the western side of the ground. And you can see the cloud cover. But the thing about it is, once the wind is up, those clouds will blow towards Port of Spain and into the Gulf of Paria.
It's a good thing we're not at the Oval today.
Yes, don't let Colin Murray hear you say that. There's our good friend Anthony Hollis Gray, who is at the back there. He's a scout for CWI at this tournament. He's also a selector for the CCC and a commentator for Cricket 360. Multifaceted Anthony Gray.
Certainly making the rounds. 360 degrees.
Mm.
Made a complete 180 when he got here this morning.
I thought he reached the wrong side, but he just came to park his very expensive chariot in the safety zone, which is far away from the ground. And then he took his time and got across to the other side. Mansing.
Well, I know Kyle Ramdu would have done the same thing.
Yes. Good guy, Ramdu. So good afternoon to Dr. Mansing.
Mansing hasn't given away too many runs so far. Not picked up a wicket as yet, and officially from Nimar Bolden.
Well, he's been tight. He's been as tight as the economy. Not giving anything away. We know so many men who don't like to give anything away. Mansing. Single. Is there value, Dylan, in staging matches at the university with students, going to and from class? They can stop by, have a look. But what I want to get from you, do you think that having cricket here can inspire even one? And if it does inspire just one person, the plan would have worked, in my opinion. But do you think that it has an effect? You were a university student, you just came out recently. Tell me, would this have made an impact on you?
I think if there is cricket being played here, there's no doubt that it would have an impact, but I think around UE itself, it should be publicized a bit more within the UE facilities themselves, on the bulletin boards or what you might find around UE, so that more students know that it's going on here. I think most of the students don't always know when there is matches going on here unless they pass by on their commute daily.
Like you did. There's Tony Gray.
So he's passing by as well.
He's a level 4 Australian recognized coach.
Australians recognize a different level of coaching.
Yep. I think he's also English recognized as well. I love his analysis. Please don't tell him that. He's a bright man. He's a thinker, Tony Gray. In the years of the greatest fast bowling partnerships in Trinidad and Tobago cricket would have been the years that he and Ian Bishop partnered. Remember my dear friend Philo Wallace saying how difficult it was to negotiate Gray and Bishop, because Bishop was back of a length moving away and Tony Gray was back of a length coming back in.
Well, he must be giving some words of advice to a station on the boundary there.
He always does, which is great. You know, Tony is a really nice guy, very affable.
He does seem to be working his way towards us.
Yes.
Might have heard us.
I think he's coming to deliver my check for saying all those great things about him. But Tony Gray loves to give advice, and it's I would say most of it very sensible. He's a sensible man. But there's no one whom he loves to lecture to more than Colin Murray. He gives Murray an earful all the time. Quicker delivery.
Well, certainly like two peas in a pod. Both of them. Not a Tide pod.
Back and clouting this. Oh, it's lovely. Lovely bit of feeling there at the backward point. Is that Powell? It's a lovely sprawling dive. And you want to see players switched on like that. Oh, beautiful.
Mansing
himself. Beautiful. And there's Tony. Mr. Handsome himself.
He's just going to be coming around that corner any second now. Just towards the southeastern direction. It generally means there is some rain towards the south. Cutting. Fielder does well to take up that one. That's a slip in place.
Mansing has Brooks at full slip waiting for the edge from the one that goes the other way. Too short though. That one went the other way, but it was too short. He wants to bring Bolden onto that front foot.
I don't think he's been quite as consistent as he would like to be.
All this talk about Tony Gray coming in to the boot because he wanted to best pay us a visit. The man came to borrow 2 chairs, not 1, but 2. And he's sitting under a tree now.
Seems to be missing his line and length.
Mansing. Working. Too short.
Just that release ball at the end of the over, allowing the batsman to just release that bit of pressure.
And it always happens, inevitably. You know, it takes me back a couple of years ago when Trinidad and Tobago were playing in the Champions League in India. And Shuin Ganga, who's better known for his batting, was given the opportunity to bowl as well. And he kept taking wickets. But the last ball of the over, on many occasions, he was struck for a 4 or a 6. Always the last ball, just relieving the pressure. What do you think caused that, Dylan? Is it that bowlers are so comfortable that they would have bowled a good over up until that point that they try something with the last ball?
I think it is within the scope of bowlers, especially nowadays, to try to tinker a bit too much. Try to bowl a magic delivery, that variation. It does tend to creep in that last ball of the over, maybe over trying to just take an extra wicket. Ends up going more wrong than right. I guess
Better,
it's
better. One thing I like though about Rivaldo Clark, and I've noticed this, he looks at that ball right onto the bat, keeps his eyes glued onto that ball. I'm tempted to ask you, Dylan, if you did that, but then I was told that you never played cricket. Your love for the game, though, is admirable. For our viewers logged on, Dylan will normally come out here for the entire day, around 7:30. Then prepares himself, has his dinner, have a shower, and then goes to sleep to get up at 12 in the night to look at Nairobi versus Nepal. Extra run, sloppy. Graves expects better. He's disappointed. Mansingh is trying to effect a run out.
certainly just last night would have taken a look at Australia versus Pakistan.
Nail biter.
For a bit, yes. And I would have woken back up. Steve Smith and Josh Inglis would have been batting, things looking quite comfortable, and then quite a few quick wickets fell. Kept some life into the game a bit longer.
So where did this voracious appetite for cricket come from?
Let's see, it just came from love at first sight, I guess.
Edge gone. As simple as that.
That's 3 wickets now for Romario Greaves. Neymar bowled and not able to get going today. Has to go for just 7. This time, Greaves coming round the wicket to the left-hander.
Oh, it was a massive stride. Massive stride out.
Always have to be careful of that when you're, especially a left-hander, playing with off-spin around the wicket.
The line was there to drive. The issue, generous turn. Massive turn.
Haven't seen too many turn big, but today especially Romario Greaves has gotten quite a bit of turn.
Well, they deserve a drink for that dismissal. We take a short break. We'll be right back. So we're back here, and it's Mansing as the door is now ajar a bit.
4 wickets down now. Clark has to find someone to take him through a bit of this.
You will not be happy because that was short and could have made a lot more of that.
Would have wanted to dissect that fielder, but not able to get it through. Cutting again, and chases on from the fielder. Gonna go close to the boundary, but able to keep it down.
Kuvaya. He's pretty quick, isn't he?
Nicely run for 2. Andrew Rambaran, the man who is into his first match here in the season of the Super 50.
Rambaran from Piaco in the Trinidad. Can't miss a flight, could he? But he tries his utmost best. I remember Rambaran, Trinidad to be on the 19th team, will be the last man to reach the airport when they have to fly. Because he lives just across the road. Stone's throw away from his very dear friend, Kirsten Kalicharan.
Haven't seen Kalicharan around this season. Well, he was last season.
Too close to play that shot, but he played it. But when it's that close, you don't have control as to where you want to put it.
Certainly would be counting himself quite lucky on that occasion. Of course, if I was living so close to the airport, might cause some issues as well. Would try to wake up 2 hours before the flight.
Tell you something, this young man, Rambaran, could bat. But cricket is a mental game and he has to be mentally switched on. He's about to receive his first List A delivery, which is big for him.
He'd have to mentally put that previous dismissal out of his mind as well too. Left-handed batting of Bolden. Same angle. Greaves is gonna come around the wicket now.
It's nicely forward, just opening the face of the bat, and he was off and running. Good call by the non-striker Clark. And Rambaran could learn a lot from Clark and his approach to this innings.
Clark has been there for 63 deliveries now. Hasn't scored too much as yet, but run rate is still under control. Just requires sensible batting.
Oh, that's well played. Just giving himself room and playing it as late as possible. Had he played that any later, he would have played it next week.
He has displayed some good prowess for playing the ball late as well throughout this innings.
Classy.
Very nicely done there from Clark. Brings himself up to 2-8 now. Still, as far as run rate is concerned, the Academy are well ahead. And just like that, after the boundary, just playing the ball down and making sure that all is well. No dismissal, no need for anything rash after that boundary.
Ooh, bounce that leads to a wicket. Again, looking to play that late, looking to play that through backward point. The extra bounce did him.
Well, that was turn and bounce and really difficult to do much about that. It rose on him and was coming back at him with the turn as well.
I think you'll see it properly from this angle. Graves is a tall man.
It's really a brutal display of off-spin bowling. 4 wickets here for Romario Graves, and that also means that he has achieved a bowling point for his team.
Excellent. Excellent. 89 for 5. And the door opens a little bit more. 4 for 26.
So that single bowling point for a 4-wicket haul achieved from Romario Graves for the CCC. And in addition to that, so far 5 wickets have been taken within that second power play phase, well, by that second power play phase. So there's also a bonus point for that. Mario Graves certainly helping his team here. He's taken up those 2 bonus points in addition to the batting point earlier that Kieran Powell would have played a significant role in.
Now, the students, the academy, they're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. Because Rambaran can bat. He's a batsman who could bowl. And of course, Bishop is a bowler who can bat. Well, not on that evidence, but he can bat. 4 runs.
Well, Bishop certainly can bat. He can certainly swing a bat, but is quite an aggressive batsman. I remember that century he would have gotten against the Ireland emerging team.
What Bishop needs to do is to play the situation here.
Advancing into his 7th over now. It's been wicketless so far, but economical. Run. Rambaran just tucking that one away. And he's pulling that. Fielder does well to restrict that to just 1.
He's very aware, Rambaran, as to where the fielders are. And he was not confident in going full-blooded at that with a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. So he was trying to half guide, half pull, as you can see there. Just to get a single, just to get it into the gap.
He looked like he was conscious of what he was doing, as you alluded to there.
There's a thunder rolling. Or is that Tony Gray walking in the com box? I think it's a thunder rolling.
Big appeal there from
Was
Mansing
there
and
bat?
the keeper.
Yes, there was bat. Mansing initially went into the appeal, as you can see here, and then came out of it pretty quickly.
Certainly a lot more anticipation behind the bat.
Oh, he's dropped. Mansing unlucky. Rambaran pushing at that one. Not close enough there. It took the edge. It was the wrong one. He has been operating with a lot of wrong ones.
chance.
He's driving nicely. Runs here for Rambaran. All four of them.
Baran would feel much better having that boundary now under his name. Nicely executed past that fielder, Campbell.
Mansing to continue. Ken playing through the offside, but one thing with Rambaran though, he goes hard, a lot of bottom hand in his shots, and he has to be careful. The way this track is turning, you need to have soft hands. As you can see there, a lot of bottom hand.
All part of that learning experience.
You can see his parents to the right of your screen, Cheryl Ramadan, Rambaran, and Andy Rambaran, the man who I spoke about earlier on, who throws balls down at 100 miles per hour to Andrew to bat.
Wow.
I wonder if Andy Rambaran spins it as well.
100 miles an hour.
Mm.
Some serious claims being made. Wonder if they have a piece gun to measure that 100.
I don't know. Reverse sweep, Joshua Bishop. He's not going to change, is he? He's going to play his shots. He's going to bat the only way he knows.
I think even if the game situation doesn't quite require him to bat with this sort of aggression, it's always value in staying with what comes natural to you. Just needs to try his best not to give away any free dismissals.
72 of 149. So you don't have to rush through the aisles. You can take your time. Proper cricketing shots. I think these two need to set small targets. You're not chasing a huge target. Set small targets within that. Oh, swept away powerfully. We wait on the umpire.
That went all the way for 6. I saw when it landed. I was just waiting for that signal. That was even better to look at than that reverse sweep. This time getting down on one knee and
That was
powering that sweep all the way for 6.
lovely shot by Bishop. He goes to 15. Now the danger here is Rambaran at the youth level is a very aggressive batsman. Let's hope Rambaran doesn't try to match him shot for shot, but sees it as an opportunity where he can take his time. He's in his first list day game, and with Bishop batting like that, he can just easily work it around, give him the strike. In the interim, spend time out there, and the longer you stay there, the better you feel, the easier it is.
I think, given what we've seen so far, Greaves turning the ball into Bishop, I think it's about just taking advantage of the matchups when you have that left-hand, right-hand combination. Just which bowler you think you can be a bit more aggressive towards. You ensure that that communication between the two of you are clear. Runs already in the over. He decides to take a bit of a break.
In the air, Jeremiah takes the catch. No need for that. 10 runs in the over thus far.
5 for Romario Graves.
Going down the track, never in control. He lost his shape, head in the air. And Jeremiah times his run perfectly.
As soon as that ball was hit, you saw Jeremiah take off and get himself into position so he wasn't caught waiting.
He advanced early, left home a bit too early, and Graves pulled it back. He was then there looking and into the shot already. He had no choice but to go through with the shot. Motara is going to come a calling, and it's probably a good time, Dylan, to give you a break. And the next man to come a calling is, of course, the timekeeper himself, Dal Williams. So we're back in the company of the chef himself, Dal Williams.
Pleasant good afternoon again, Mr. Mancham and all our viewers. We have a keen contest on our hands here. Want to believe that it's with the batting team.
Well, 6 wickets down. All depends on Motara and Rambaran and how far they can push it.
This has been a really good spell by Romario Graves. He's just stuck to his guns and pulled the line and lengths. But as you see our scorecard there, it's now 109 for 6 in some 26 overs. 3 batsmen getting starts, and Rivaldo Clark with 38, Akeem Ogis 17 and Joshua Bishop 15, unable to continue. A lot will be on the shoulders of young Rambaran, who plied his trade in Premier 1 with Mary Boys this year.
Yes. Was at Queen's Park for a while, yes, then skipped across to Mary Boys.
With the new setup, they avoided relegation, so he will be in the top tier of local cricket in Trinidad here again once more.
Driving in the air again at bottom hand. It's going to come back for 2. Rambaran is going to back himself to clear the fielder at 3/4 of the way to the boundary and long off. He has to be careful here and play the situation. That's his parents in the background. You have to play the situation. You can't do like what Joshua Bishop did. Already scoring 10 runs in the over and then looking to head down the track.
I think the deeper you carry it, it's going to get easier from here on in as the bowlers go through their full quota.
Edged Rambaran is saying that it probably came off his boot. Not outsees the umpire. Let's have a look at this again. In fact, he did edge it, but it dropped just short of the first slip fielder.
Not often you see your opening fast bowler in the slips, Mr. Mancham. So it's going to be Mansingh to continue. So Shorty's getting back on the back foot and punching, but straight to the backward points field. And so we managed to see some lovely spectators coming in the evening half of this proceeding. This one is swept away behind backward skirt. Man coming off the boundary and just restricts them to 1.
Very pleasant at the moment here. And this patron, of course, just enjoying the the weather just cooled down tremendously.
Just a thought, Mr. Manchan, would you have ever imagined if a situation where, okay, back to this after this delivery, say the likes of, say, Perkins and Rishi Becha and those that played the World Cup and did pretty well at the under 19 level, had it been an initiative like this was active back in those days, do you think those particular guys would have gone on to play a little bit more cricket?
Definitely. I mean, as I said before, I tip my hat to CWI for what they're doing. What was the issue? The issue back then was this. If we can use Trinidad and Tobago as a sample, Trinidad and Tobago mostly and inevitably you put out a youth team, they do well in regional cricket. Under 15, under 17, under 19, Trinidad and Tobago has done well in youth cricket. Yet that success has not been transferred over to the senior team outside of white ball cricket.
Yeah.
And you ask yourself the question, you lose players from the under 19 to the under 23 level. CWI has now plugged that gap. Kudos to them.
So it's going to be Graves to finish his spell. This is his final over. Already picking up 5.
Students, we spoke of students coming to the cricket, and this is good to see. This young lady may well be the next fast bowler for Trinidad and Tobago. You never know. He's driving Rambaran, and he's getting 4.
Exquisitely played up and over. It's a good looking shot from the young man, short in stature. Putting the foot forward and driving elegantly. So you may back to that point you were making, bridging the gap between under 19 and, let's say, because previously I know Trinidad and Tobago had the under 21 side that toured South Africa some years ago.
But that was a one-off thing. I think that was something arranged by Tony Harford. His soul rest in peace. Tony did a lot of work in helping to develop Trinidad cricket as well in his private capacity.
He was responsible for the Fruta T20 in Outer Bolton many moons ago as well.
Yeah. One more to Rambaran. So he's growing in confidence. Yes, speaking of Tony Harford, he was instrumental in taking Ian Bishop to Presal. And then all of a sudden you had a Ravi Rampal coming out, because there was Ian Bishop, not only as a player but as a mentor. He brought Keith Atherton from Nevis.
West Indies all-rounder.
He brought Kenny Benjamin from Antigua.
And he had the local likes of Eugene Antoine was there as well, right?
Yes, Eugene. Giles would have played in an earlier carnation. And
Andy Action Jackson.
yes. Would you believe Tony Harford brought Mark Ramprakash, former England Test batsman, to play in Presal?
Wow.
To motivate the youngsters. End of the over. It's 117 for the loss of 6.
Well, that's a very important point, Mr. Manchan. A lot of cricketers have made their name coming to Trinidad and Tobago to play the Premiership cricket. One, see a lot of students coming up, just probably in and out after class. One in particular was Roshan Primus, has come and done relatively well for Alescon Comet. Moved on. One such person that I remember, and I'm not sure how many viewers are knowledgeable of this, that Mr. Carlos Brathwaite was at once on overseas for Queen's Park, and he had not even played for Barbados as yet.
Yeah. Something that happened at Queen's Park as well, I always draw reference to it. It's Rambaran is off the back foot. He has to be careful here. Mansing normally gets the slider in nicely, so he has to be careful. Yeah, at Queen's Park, a number of regional players would have come into Trinidad, struggling, go to Queen's Park and do remedial work. Driving, should push for two.
Eventually they settle for one. So as you stated earlier, it's about a bat in time. Romario Graves has bowled out. Mansing is in his penultimate over here. So I think that it could just get easier with any one of the other bowlers coming back into the attack.
Do you remember Dwayne Smith coming to Queen's Park, struggling for a period, coming to Queen's Park, leaving a better player? Then you had Fidel Edwards.
Suleiman Ben.
Similar problems Edwards had, came to Queen's Park. Then you had, of course, Suleiman Ben. The list goes on and on. Javans, Canterbury Searles.
I know previously you were speaking with Dylan. Get back to this after this delivery. So he's driving nicely. A good piece of work there in the field by Johan Jeremiah.
Jeremiah switched on, isn't he? Speaking about Fidel Edwards, just walking in front of us now is his half-brother Pedro Collins, the former West Indies fast bowler.
I made mention earlier, we left-hand seamers are... There's a chance.
Oh, he accepted that on bended knees. Look at that offering. Mansing is in the wickets column.
So the West Indies Academy lose their 7th wicket. Score is now 118 for 7. A sharp return catch. I know you made mention to West Hall representing Trinidad previously.
Yep.
We look at the likes of one Mr. Renako Shaka Morton, who donned the colours of Trinidad and Tobago and done exceptionally well.
Mm-hmm.
He was also part of the Queen's Park setup as well.
Sadly, lost his life on the nation's roadways.
See the replay again. Foolish delivery, driven upwardly, but a good catch in the end by Mansing. Collecting his change, as they say. So 57 from 127 deliveries. Just some 3 wickets remaining.
So good afternoon to Adrian Barrett, our commentator, and the new kid on the block in terms of commentary. Got off the mark with a beauty, didn't he? So we've heard a lot of positive things about Adrian Boris Barrett and his commentary. It brings a nice, refreshing twist to things, lovely analysis. And it's always good when you have these former players on, where you can take them back to certain situations.
The good and the bad.
Yeah, just to understand their thinking. The Lanky Lane plays a shorter ball, 5 shots for every ball he has. So it's 118 for 7. I dare say the CCC is on top at the moment. This is what you want to see. You want to introduce the game to new fans. The young lady there taking in the game in between classes, probably. One hopes that she's not missing classes.
So a lot is depending on Rambarani. You see through traffic in the UE campus.
You want to see people come back to the cricket. You know, and Sometimes we're very harsh. That's Pedro Collins there. Sometimes we're very harsh in saying that, we blame our administrators. But sometimes you have to blame life and the natural process that has happened. Akshaya Prasad, first delivery.
Vividly lying down the leg stump. Half-hearted appeal.
Not a bad option there by Rambaran. So the problem with at least first class cricket and people not turning up, it's a worldwide thing. I'll get back to it after this ball. This one keeps a bit low, he's watching.
But as we are
And
on
once-
that, not to cut you, but as we are on that thing, as we are speaking about the competitiveness of regional cricket, do you think it has to do with the
Trying again closer, but still pitched outside the leg stump. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you're making a point.
I get back to that. Do you think it's the ground itself? Because I know you, as a cricket lover and a cricket enthusiast, you have seen a lot of keenly contested affairs at the Garakara Park.
I think it's not only that. And again trying to sweep. I don't think you would have gotten Guacara Park to a capacity right now for domestic cricket, even today. Because now, the kids who were on that grass embankment at Guacara Park, they're on their PlayStation. Rambaran is deep into his crease. Easy single. Gets away. That's important. Get away. He's trying to play a shot that is not working. Just get away from strike. Recollect your thoughts. The point I was making to you, I had visited the Allen Border Oval in Brisbane to look at a match between Queensland and Western Australia. Sheffield Shield match. So it's not about even the quality here. And I counted 4 people who were not involved with the cricket. 4 spectators and a dog. You may think it's a joke, but it's serious. One of them was actually passing through. He was a mailman. So we are down to 3. So it's a problem. Even in India, first class cricket don't net crowds. People are of the view that in India, they just show up by the thousands. That's not the case for certain games. Yes, in IPL. Yes, if India is playing. But not the longer format
Regular Ranji Trophy.
and not the Ranji Trophy.
So it's going to be Mansingh to finish his spell here. He's going to bowl his 10th over.
Well, as he's about to finish, I'm about to come off for a short break. And joining us is the great man himself, Dylan Kishan Sharma.
It's Mansingh. This one is just peeling off the outside edge. Inadvertently going out to the backward point region. So wickets is the name of the game for CCC to pull this one out of the hat. I think will do Rambaran the world of good and confidence if he can see his team over the line in this one.
There's a close encounter here. 3 wickets is all CCC requires. 56 runs being what the academy requires. Rambaran been there for quite some time. Looking for 2, but gonna settle on 1.
So Johan Yogi Lane, he's going to play a shot of ball without a doubt. So it's good positive intent nonetheless, because if he can pick up a couple of boundaries in and out here, will release some pressure off Rambaran's back. He can bat deep as possible. So said so done. He's going to have a heave outside the eye to the off stump.
And then you look on the flip side, CCC would want to keep Lane on strike as much as they could.
Because it's definitely going to present them with more opportunities to see students in full flight getting to and from their respective classes. This one is swung away high and handsome. It's pushed over the bars there by Shaquille Paris and it's gone for 6.
Paris kicks the ball and there's Gus there. Had a chance there, but was close to the boundary line.
Commentators curse strikes again. Dylan. We're on a roll. So a welcome boundary there. Let's hope he doesn't fall in the same vein as his partner, Joshua Bishop, after hitting a wonderful maximum. This one is too close to cut. Pulling away from the shot in the...
That one really rushed through.
So that brings the end of the 10th over by Avijay Mansingh. It's a completion of 31 overs. The score is now 126 for 7.
I can see a change from the northern end. Prasad into the attack now. Late introduction for Prasad here in the second over.
So this is probably the 5th time that he has attempted the sweep shot, unable to make any contact.
Prasad into his second over here.
Driven nicely down to the longer fieldsman for a single. See the senior crew in our commentary box. Mr. Vino Bancham himself and Mr. Tony Gray.
Looks to be a selection meeting ongoing.
So Dylan, in your cricketing career or looking at cricket, what has been the highlight? What do you think is the most important, most memorable event that you've seen live?
Well, by live I would have to refer back to TV, not in person, but
I will. That's what I mean. In person, what you have seen in person,
I think
in plain sight.
one of the, get back to it after this delivery.
This one's cut away nicely by Lane and it's going to beat the backward point fieldsman and it's going to run into the fence. So there you have it. Picking up another boundary here is Johan Lane.
Well, Lane is really going to continue in this vein and is reaping rewards so far. Still 3 wickets to be gotten from the bowling team, so it does allow them that opportunity to still be aggressive rather than allowing the bowlers to just bowl dot after dot.
This one is inside edge. Scooting away down to the fine leg boundary and is going to run into the fence. So consecutive boundaries here. Boy oh boy, Johan Yogi Lane is playing a cameo here this afternoon that can see his team over the line.
Well, this is quite spectacular stuff here from Johan Lane. Was quite expensive earlier on when he was bowling and looking to bring back some of those runs into his team's total. Cutting but missing completely. Getting back to that talk about memorable matches, of course. Just earlier this year, witnessing that win in Australia was quite memorable, and If I go back quite a bit, the 2019 World Cup final was also great to watch every ball of. Super over.
Brings the end to the over. It's now 32 overs completed. It's 136 for 7.
So I'd have to send that question back in your court as to where your memorable matches might have been.
That's quite a few, but I will go back to two very particular moments that happened at the Gabba, as I refer to, the Queen's Park Oval in particular. Was Shivnarayan Chandapal getting 10 on the last two deliveries of Chaminda Vas with Fidel Edwards on the other end. Crowd erupted. It was all done and dusted, and he delivered 10 and 2. Also another very memorable one was Brian Lara scoring his first Test 100 on local soil against England.
Just a bit before my time. I have heard of the Chandapol finishing it off with those deliveries.
So it's going to be the return of Carrie Campbell to pick up a wicket in the back end here.
Change of ends for Campbell. Might have better luck coming from that southern end. Had some issues with the run-up coming from the northern end. Had those sorted out eventually, and now he's going to have his go from the southern end and see if it brings any change of fortunes wicket-wise. Of course, also key at this point to remember 3 wickets remaining that Akeem Jordan, who bowled so well earlier, still has 4 overs at his disposal. It's unlikely that this game would go all the way down to the last few overs, so you want to utilize those overs from Jordan before it's too late.
I think it's important for Rambaran to actually turn over the strike and see how Johan Lane fares against the quicker stuff.
Well, very much so, because Rambaran has looked quite competent in his time there, and
Driving and driving nicely straight to the fieldsman.
Lane has looked to attack the bowling a bit more, and he has succeeded so far, so you'd want Lane to take a good chunk of the strike with those 3 wickets remaining. Still has that bit of extra security as far as batsmen still dare to come in. So another dot ball from Kari Campbell. 4 in a row. Keeping Andrew Rambaran at bay.
So Campbell, young Jamaican fast bowler, looking to pick up one for his team here. All augurs well for the camaraderie, because if you look at the makeup of this CCC team, it's a bit of the entire Caribbean as well, if you look at it there. It's Campbell once more. So he's driving nicely out to the cover point region. Man comes off the sweeper boundary to limit them to 1. So this is where the intriguing contest and matchup happens here. See how Johan Lane is going to play against the quicker bowlers.
Last ball of the over. If it's there, he's definitely going to go for it. Rambaran looking to be selective about how much strike he gives to Lane. Of course, Lane is certainly capable. He has shown that so far, so means to see how he's going to negotiate this delivery. It changed around the wicket now from Campbell. Looking on intently. And that's a beautiful delivery to finish off that over on his first over back in his second spell here, Campbell. 137 for 7.
So at the end of 33 overs, they require a further 38.
During a late lunch or an early dinner.
So you see the return of Hakeem Jordan now, looking to pick up a wicket.
Just as I was talking about in that previous over, and Jordan is back into the attack now. Continued to be quite cloudy and quite overcast here. No real chance of any shower. It's as if that UE vehicle just now was stopping to witness some of the action. No one there seems quite interested in what's going on here.
Chance of a quick single.
Rambrand's handed over the strike early on in the over now to Yuan Lane, so we'll see how he negotiates the rest of the over. Of course, the right-hander bowling to the right-hander.
So it's a long on, a long off. Deep wicket. Fine leg is coming into the circle now. Cover on the boundary.
Just to the back of the shot, I've seen a few of those ground staff sitting at the covers. Not sure if they just want to sit in that area. It's nice and cool right now. Cool as it's been all day. Or if they sense anything. Spidey senses of the groundsmen. Now just keeping a bit low from Hakeem Jordan.
Jordan is definitely going to mix up things a bit here, show his full range and skill set. A few slower balls would definitely be on the card here, with Johan Lane going all hell for leather.
Yeah. Straight to that fielder. Quite a different sort of bowling style here from Jordan, not what we saw up front where he was getting the ball to do a bit more of the surface and in the air. You have to mix it up and play with those slower deliveries.
See the slow ball there, coming into practice.
Practicing the shot there, Johan Lane. Looks as if they were mimicking an on-field meeting there. cut away, but fielder is in play. He's not able to pierce those gaps his lane. Jordan proving too crafty here for Yuan Lane. Final delivery of the 34th. Yuan Lin is gonna dig that one out for just one and keep the strike. It's 139 for 7.
Score is now 138 for 7. 37 required from some 97 deliveries.
Well, that doesn't look too promising. That's generally the direction that concern where weather does come from.
So, see the ground staff gearing up. Some rains seems to be in the forecast. Scramble down the line of the leg stump.
Some resistance here. Williams.
Indeed, indeed.
It's good
Johan
to see
Lane
that.
is playing a good cameo here.
And it's good to see Rambaran showing maturity beyond his years. He's always been a young man that I've been impressed with. I've seen him at Trinidad under 15 come up and always shows experience that belies his age.
It's that man again, Johan Jeremiah. Some good hands in the field today. Saved quite a bit of runs for his team. You, Mr. Mancham, has been around youth cricket in recent years. There's one particular name that I knew had a lot of expectations, but haven't heard of him so much as that of Mr. Aaron Banky.
Well, I saw him actually yesterday. He played in one of the South Zone T20 game that we carried live yesterday. He didn't really make much, but it's a T10 game, you know. It's hard worker, Banky.
What's his age now?
I think he may be around 20, 21. Which is just about a year older than you.
Thanks for the compliment. That feels good. Maybe I could get a lineup for one of your teams in that on 23 tournament. I'll have to present my weight paper. That's okay. So it's Campbell. The mixed bag of variation. Now it's swung away by Lane. High and handsome. A welcome maximum here.
Lane is going to do that. He's going to destroy you if you give him bad deliveries. I have no problem with that. It was a bad ball. And Lane dealt with it in the appropriate manner. Sending it into the grey skies and over the 10. Excellent camera work there. Our cameraman followed that to a T. It's a pity he couldn't do that when he was playing for Merry Boys. 6 all the way. Well, you would have played for some of the, was it Woodland? One of your teams?
I played for Tableland as well when they were
so
promoted.
Tableland, Woodland, all the land.
Spent most of my time as a parkite.
There's Dylan Sharma. In case you're wondering who's Dylan, that's the man. Loves his cricket, studies it to a T.
Good comeback delivery there. Right up in the block hole.
And you can see Lane waiting. He was waiting, looking to pounce. So it's a good delivery, good comeback. 147 for 7. Now, that is over you respect. That is where the rain comes from, just over the hills.
So they may be pressing to get to this desired target before
The students off to their classes, or are they coming from classes? Good delivery. Rambaran equal to the task. $147 for 7. So what? It has become customary to get a shower every afternoon here
indeed.
at UE. Quick single taken there by Rambaran.
It's well played. Short man in stature, that ball was rising and he get on top of the bounce and just tucked it off the hips. So I think the message that will be coming out is try to get it as close as possible. As soon as possible, you see the ground staff are prepping to get the covers on.
That's always never a good sign. So just 27 short, and the pendulum has swung again. Has it swung decisively? We wait to see. Rain has thrown an extra factor into the mix here now.
But I think by Duckwood Lewis they would be in front
We'll have to get the official word
on that.
with a required rate of just 1.8. But the thing is, they've lost 7 wickets. I tell you, this is excellent from these two young men. This guy wants a vantage view. He's standing on a car, is he? Is it your car, Daryl?
Looks like the bleachers, Mr. Van Cham. He has his hands full there.
28, Rivaldo Clark. Lane 22, Rambaran 21. Lane and Rambaran in there still.
It's going to be Passad to continue. So a bit of field adjustments being made here, showing that they get it right. So he goes again.
Oh, there's chance to run out. And Akshay Prasad drops the ball. Let's see just how close that was.
Committing the cardinal sin and standing in front of the wicket.
Yeah, I think he should have hustled back to get behind the stumps. Let's look at this. Lane diving. He would have been a goner, diving as if he was at Browns Beach on the south coast in Barbados.
So he's driving nicely. He's played the drive such class since coming to the crease. Rambaran.
Yeah, he's looked good. And Brown has looked as if he has belonged there. This is his 3rd game. Looking for a single. Firm no from Rambaran. This time runs here. Looking for 3. Can't get it. That would have been committing a sin there, going back for 3. Down to 25.
So they're just chipping away at this required total. Fuller delivery and just played out behind backward point. This one he's driving and driving nicely again. So he's clearly understood the task.
As I said before, Williams, you know, he always plays way beyond his age. Tremendous maturity. He's gotten so much schooling from being around guys like Akil Hussein, Terence Hines, and the list goes on and on, Jid Gooley, and that's good. Water break at this point in time. It's 151 for 7 after 36. So it's going a bit dark. Extra factor now. Rain about, that's a factor. It's gotten dark, that's another factor. Rambaran squeezes it down to backward point.
So Jordan to continue. He's going to have his mixed bag of tricks. Couple slow deliveries up his sleeve. So it's down the line of the leg stump. Stifle appeal. Our expert fast bowler analysis. I'm willing to hear what he has to say about Hakeem Jordan. I think from my analysis, he has a start-stop.
It's not a rhythmic run up. Like, that's well played by Ramparan. He's looking at the ball right onto the bat, especially with the place as dark as it is. It's always shown great maturity, Ramparan.
Small man in stature. Sprang on target. Making the batsman play. Don't want to give away any freebies at this junction. Down to the back of point region. Greaves comes off the boundary and limits them to 1. So what would be your advice to someone like Lane here, Mr. Mancha?
Well, 79 balls, 23 runs. You can see the parents of Andrew Rambaran there. Andy, and of course Cheryl. And Andy is one man who has devoted his time to his son. Cheryl as well. It's good to see parents like that, you know. Reminds me a lot of Anthony Gray's dad, Anthony Gray Sr. Always very close to Tony. I think he was Tony's coach, one of Tony's early coach. Your dad, Anthony, one of his early coaches. Good to see parents keeping their kids close to them. And society has broken down because one of the things is that parents are not in touch with their kids. They may live in the same house, you know, Daryl, but they're not in touch.
Indeed. But as you mentioned before, and the things have generally changed, you know, generations, where it is that parents used to tell you, beg you to come inside. Now they beg you to go outside because you're stuck inside playing video games.
Well, I know of a lady who actually pays her son to go to the gym.
Boy, oh boy.
Akshay Prasad. Looking to sweep a bit straighter.
I think we just saw Rambaran's parents. We'll have to have a word with them to make sure that he sweeps the house a bit more.
Yeah,
He's played this shot numerous times and to no avail.
They probably have a vacuum at home. Yeah, he's struggling with that shot. I don't like his approach with that though. Don't play the shot if you're struggling with it. Pile the board. This time he proves me wrong. He proves me wrong.
Just 22 more required. This will do the young man a world of confidence to see his team over the line with 30 odd under his name.
It's first game of the tournament. Looking for two here.
Bit of an agricultural shot there.
Well, I thought it was difficult to describe the shot. Lane has to be careful here. Pile aboard. She's solid. The local players tell me that when she's around, she's in control. Rambaranis looks solid here.
Generally unfazed other than that drop catch early in his innings. Has put that behind him.
And you can see, as I said before, Daryl, he's looking at that ball right onto the bat. 21 needed, 74 balls.
So do you think at this instance, captain can throw the ball to probably someone like a golden arm to probably get a breakthrough?
I think in this situation, with just 21, you may well want to go back to your more experienced bowlers. You don't want to take the chance that the guy with a golden arm just doesn't show up today and pitches badly and
Gets dispatched.
one good over and this game is done. So that is how close it is in terms of whether or not CCC can stay in the game. Easy batting. He wants to. Has to be careful there. Lane is a free spirit.
This is what having youth on your side does for you. He's very eager to get around. So the light is fading and fading quickly here this afternoon. I think they would want to get the job done quickly.
The youngsters taking in the game. The game has captured the imagination of the students around the ground. And Brandon is pushing.
So the target being chopped down one by one is now into the teens. It's 19 from some 69 deliveries. Let's not forget 3 good deliveries. You could have a different story.
Slow delivery. Lane was looking to. I think Lane thought he could have gone over mid wicket with that. then, as is normally the case, the batsman rehearses what he should have done, which is to go straight down the ground to pitch top. CCC will tell themselves that a wicket here, and
Back
they
in
could
the
have a
game.
chance.
It's well played there by Lane.
Nice adjustment.
Captain Brooks just running over to offer some advice and some words of wisdom to Jordan.
Well, Brooks has caught himself in a very sticky situation here. He knows that the only way his team can win this game is by bowling out the academy. Yet, he can't put attack in fields because they're defending just 19 runs. You don't want to be in Shamar Brooks' position at this point in time. End of the over. At the end of 39, it's 156 for the loss of 7. And the man himself, Dylan Kishan Sharma, comes in, and young Williams takes his leave.
It's been quite a game that has ebbed and flowed all over. At one point, CCC looked as if they were going to wrap it up quickly, but marathon partnership between Johan Lean and Andrew Rambaran. And he's only into his first game and he's played an innings with high level of maturity.
Yeah, he has really shown responsibility here. Andrew Rambaran, great maturity, as you said. He's someone you will trust to pick your kids up from school.
Just as we spoke about earlier as well, it's a relatively low run chase, so not looking to require any sort of rash shots, just sensible batting and utilizing overs that they have available to them to get to that total.
156 for 7, driving in the air, and this is going to trickle across the boundary now for 4.
Rambaran edging his team closer and continuing to add to his valuable run account so far. It's been quite a innings ahead of his time.
So he has a band of supporters, Rambaran, very popular with the under-19 cricketers here in Trinidad. And the under-19 boys that toured
Sure it
St.
is.
Vincent last year to represent Trinidad. Rambaran would have been there, Jagisa too. I know they're particularly proud of Rambaran and Jagisa making the step up to this level. Lane wants a single.
Of course, Andrew Rambaran, as we talked about earlier, living close to the airport, might have brought along a few spectators from foreign lands.
I would normally park my vehicle at Rambaran's home and then leave it there until I come back. His dad is Andy, so kind, keeps the vehicle, gives me a drop at the airport. It's so close. Rambaran advances.
It would be difficult to put a price on that parking spot and compare it to price on the runs that he's gotten here.
Mm. The thunder rolls to add to the drama.
Well, we are going to have a result regardless. Already completed 40 overs in the second innings, and it's 161 for 7. West Indies Academy just trailing by 13 runs to get to 14 runs to get to their target. Johan Lean, he got to the crease, started off quite aggressively and sort of calmed his tempo down as he's been at the crease for longer. I think both him and Rambaran have guided each other here through this innings, hoping to keep each other motivated.
$161 for 7.
Kim Jordan here to bowl his last over, 1 for 24 in his 9 overs. It's been exceptional.
Lovely. Positive. They want 2. Lane is saying 2. Rambaran is coming back. And then realizes that Lane is just playing some tricks. So if the rain comes now, I think the Academy are well ahead.
It would seem so that the Academy would be ahead. Only 7 wickets down. It's almost as if the Thunders come here at the finale just to add an extra bit of drama.
Big signal. So Lane not looking to play any naughty shots. He understands the plan. 12 to get. If CCC can pull this one out of the hat, it will be a tremendous effort. One for the over. Now it's extremely dark now at the UE. What you're seeing through our cameras does not reflect how dark it is. And the rain is down with us now. Oh, that's 4. Rambaran flays this away down through backward point into the boundary for 4. So just 8 to get off 55. And the covers are coming on at this point in time. And I think, given the situation here, I don't think they'll be able to go back out there to play. So that's the situation at the moment. 8 short of victory. And I think that there should be, if the players can't come back out, I think under Duckwood Lewis, they may well be awarded the victory. In the interim, we take a break. As soon as we have some news, we'll be back.
So we're back here live, viewers. Word coming to hand from the middle. The West Indies Academy has won on Duckwood Lewis by 22 runs. So on behalf of our crew at the UE Spec Ground, we're signing out. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.